सुशील जी,
जी।
आवाज आ रही है क्लियर ना मेरी?
हाँ।
ओके।
हैं डॉक्टर पांडे जी, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर कौन है ये?
सर कोई पार्टिसिपेंट होंगे।
हैं? एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर इज ए पार्टिसिपेंट?
यस सर।
Anyone, or you will make it, or who will make, or some participant is fixed?
सर कोई पार्टिसिपेंट है एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर।
I don't know. I don't understand. How can you
we
make the participant as administrator? It is he has given his name as administrator.
can we find it out actually? Can we ask him to write his original name?
Yes. Friends,
Whoever
ये-
is administrator, please actually
Yes.
write your name, proper name.
सुशील का नाम आया?
मैं पहले से ही हूँ सर।
अच्छा अच्छा, तो ठीक हो। मैंने कहा who is the administrator? Somebody. अच्छा पांडे जी, हम शुरू करें तो
जी।
मंगलाचरण कराओगे आज के नहीं?
सर आज जैसा कहें आप करा लेंगे। प्रज्ञा जी है लेकिन मैंने नहीं है वैसे।
2 मिनट के लिए करा लीजिएगा प्लीज।
ठीक है करा लेंगे।
और आप फिर अपनी इंट्रोडक्शन ब्रीफ रखना।
इंट्रोडक्शन कुछ है ही नहीं, बस
हाँ, मत हाँ जरा मत, जो भी है ना ब्रीफ रखें ना, ताकि है ना जो नाइसिटीज है ना वो खत्म करके हम सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर रहेंगे।
जी जी।
मैं उनको बोलने वाला हूँ कि देखिए, जब 15 मिनट किसी की बात को हो जाएंगे तो मैं बोलूँगा प्लीज कंक्लूड, so they have 5 minutes to conclude this session.
Yes, yes.
And after 20 minutes we will mute them. अगर वो नहीं बढ़ते हैं तो we can mute them, because we don't want the discussions to go on. और उसके बाद 10 मिनट के लिए हम डिस्कशंस के लिए रखेंगे।
ठीक है।
हाँ, मतलब हम करेंगे नहीं म्यूट, बिकॉज इट इज इम्पोलाइट टू म्यूट स्पीकर, बट से कि भाई आप 20 मिनट में प्लीज कंक्लूड कर लीजिएगा इसको, जो भी कुछ है ना, ताकि डिस्कशन होनी चाहिए ना।
और सर आप इनवाइट करेंगे ना?
हाँ, तो मैं करूँगा। उससे पहले ना आपके बाद आप मेरे को देना कि भाई आज मैं इनको रूल्स बता दूंगा, 2-3 को छोटे छोटे, कि देखिए पार्टिसिपेटिव वेबिनार है, सो द पार्टिसिपेंट्स आर एज इम्पोर्टेंट एज द। ओके,
नहीं मतलब आप वन बाय वन उनको इनवाइट करेंगे ना पेपर के लिए? ये मेरा कहना था।
हाँ। लेकिन मैं इनको इंट्रोड्यूस तो नहीं करूंगा ना, उनको इंट्रोड्यूस आप कर?
नहीं इंट्रोड्यूस की जरूरत नहीं, मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कर दूंगा ना एक लाइन में सबका। मैं भी कर दूंगा सबको,
बस कर देना।
जी।
चलो, सारे स्पीकर तो आ गए हैं, सुलेख जी भी आ गए हैं, नितिन शाह जी भी आ गए हैं,
भट्ट सर दिख रहे हैं।
ओह, प्रोफेसर भट्ट इज देयर फ्रॉम द बिगनिंग। प्रोफेसर भट्ट, वेलकम टुडे। वो ये भूरी के भी आए हैं, श्रीकांत बावलकर भी आ गए हैं। वेरी गुड। ये एडमिट कौन कर रहा है? आप कर रहे हो क्या मैं करूं?
मैं कर रहा हूँ सर।
ओके, वेरी गुड। सुरेख भाई, जजनन,
Very good. Excellent.
Very good. Thank you.
Very nice.
Jai Jineन्द्र sir.
डॉक्टर पांडे जय जन
यहाँ पे आइए बेटा.
हाँ जी
Jinendra.
हेलो मरे
Jai Jinendra uncle.
जय जन जय जन Nitin and I will join you in that Zoom meeting with Dr. Shishu. Hello, Irfan. Nitin bhai, Jai Jinan.
Jai Jandra, everybody. Jai Jandra.
Irfan. Jai Jinan. Unmute yourself.
जय जिनेन्द्र अंकल जी.
जय जिन जय जन.
आप कैसे हो?
मैं मजामा.
Yeah, I'm going to learn Hindi for a year. I'm registered for 1 year Hindi program with the ICCR, but I cannot go to India, so I take online Hindi course for a year.
Good. Irfan.
With Gandhi Hill Hindi International University at Warda.
Good. But open some channels for ISJS in China.
Yeah, once the border, the international border, is going to open again. Yeah, so I might bring some people with similar minds with me to go to visit Gen sites.
Yeah, work with Dr. Shugan Jain to bring to some university over there.
Yeah, but first I have to deepen my understanding, and my understanding is very shallow. Yeah, I have to cheer up and carry on.
Yes.
Please give me your blessings, Surek Uncle Ji.
Hello, Sherry. Dr. Ford.
Should we start, sir? Namaskar, Pranam, Jai Jineन्द्r to all of you. I welcome you all to this second and last day of this 2-day international webinar on role and importance of Jainism to establish social harmony and peace, organized by International School for Jain Studies. Here I welcome our President and Chairman for today's session, Dr. Suganchan Jain. I welcome our today's speakers and attendees of this webinar, my colleagues at ISJS and Amar Prerna Trust. Friends, 6 papers are scheduled to be presented here today under the chair of Dr. Suganchan Jain. First paper on impact of Anekantvad on peace, and this paper will be presented by Dr. Nitin Sahaji, a professor of anesthesiology at Loma Linda, California. And second paper of this session on Jain thought as a modern framework for interreligious and social harmonization will be presented by Dr. Robert Zeidenbos, a professor of Indology at University of Munich, Germany. Third paper of this session on Jainism and Interfaith Dialogue will be presented by Dr. Seri Four, an assistant professor of religious studies at Converse University, South Carolina. Fourth paper of this session on Ahimsa and Niman, emancipation will be presented by Dr. Sulekhi Jain, co-founder of ISJS and chairman of Academic Liaison Committee of Jaina. And fifth paper of this session will be presented by Dr. Andrew Bridges, Dr. Andrew Vijay holds a Bhagwan Santinath lectureship in Jain Studies at California State University. He will present his paper on Anekantvad and secularism. And sixth and last paper of this session will be presented by Ms. Susma Parekh on Karma Theory, a philosophical discourse to develop virtues of glad acceptance and equanimity for social peace and harmony. Ms. Susma ji is an adjunct professor at Claremont School of Theology, California. So once again, I welcome you all. And before I invite Dr. Jain to chair this session, I would like to request our research associate, Ms. Pragya Jain, to recite Navgar Mantra and Mangalachan. Pragya ji, over to you.
Join your hands. Namo Rihantanam, Namo Siddhanam, Namo Yariyanam, Namo Vajjayanam, Namo Loe Savvasahunam, Eso Panchinamokaro, Savvapavappanasano, Mangalanam cha Savvesim, Padhamam Havai Mangalam. Mokshamargasya netaram, Vetaram, Karma Bhovratam, Gyataram Vishwatattvanam, Vande Tadgunalabdhaye, Vande Tadgunalabdhaye, Vande Tadgunalabdhaye.
Thank you, Pragya ji. Now I request Dr. Suganchan Jain to please chair this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Srinath ji. It's an honor to be chairing the session today with so many learned scholars, friends, and associates. The first paper is by Dr. Nitin Shah on impact of Anekantvad for peace. Dr. Shah is a very known personality in the academic community as well as in the Jain community in North America. And he had been a regular featured faculty in ISJS program and also an advisor on the management board of ISJS. So before I hand over to you, Dr. Shah, I would like to make a few general remarks for the speakers and the audience. You know, each speaker has been assigned 20 minutes for his presentation. After 15 minutes, I will make a signal, please conclude, and request the speakers to use the next 5 minutes to conclude their presentations so that we have enough time for discussions, because we have very learned participants in the webinar and we would like their views and them also to be, involved in the discussion on the subject. So with this, I request Dr. Nitin Shah to please start his presentation.
Jai Jinendra, thank you very much, Dr. Jain and everybody else. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending upon where you are. Pandeyji and Cecilji, can I share my PowerPoint, please?
Yes, sir.
So what do I do? You're going to, my point is open. Can you see it?
No.
No, okay. Are you going to send me a share screen request, Cecilji?
Sir, you are co-host. You can share, just click on the green button, share screen.
Yes, I got it.
And now select your PPT.
Do that. Did you get it?
We can see your screen, but not the PPT. First, you need to open the PPT, or else I can do it on your behalf.
That will be very kind of you to save time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will do it.
Okay, perfect. So now I will have to ask you to change the slides, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no problem. Impact of Anikantvad on peace. Next slide, please. Now, we all will agree that no religion preaches violence. Then what is so specific about Jain religion? And first and foremost is that Jain religion extends ahimsa to all living beings. Not only that, it even takes a step further, and that is that knowingly or unknowingly, you should not hurt anyone, any living being, by your thoughts, by your words, and by your actions. Next. With that in mind, theory of relativity, which in the present day and age, Albert Einstein gave us that. But, you know, Bhagwan Mahavir had said the same 2,600 years ago. And he had done this with a beautiful example of a blind man and the 7 elephants. Sorry, 7 blind men and the elephant. And they were asked to touch the elephant, which was a new thing in the town, and they were asked to describe what it is. So depending upon what part of elephant they touch, they all describe them differently. And that's the whole point. Next. And to further that, Lord Mahavir emphasized that people are going to see things differently. As for example, people who are in business seeking profit, they will just look at gains and losses. People who are insecure with themselves will find threats everywhere and will try to work, react, act accordingly. And God devotees will see God's blessed creations everywhere. They will also look at perspectives from that side. Next. So I'm going to touch today in next few minutes 3 aspects. One is a lot more thought process, thinking, etc. And that is very common thing in life. We face this at work, at home, every day, conflict resolution. I will touch a little about the food habits, and finally, I'm going to give you a real life example. That's what I personally always like in terms of whatever we know, whatever we have read, whatever we have been taught, whatever has been written, how do we practically use it for the benefit of society and life? So to come back, conflict resolution. Reality has many forms and all should be respected. It's a matter of finding the right angle and think about the world with a multiplicity of views. As for the example of blind man and elephant, elephant could be many different things for people who could not really see. Same way. Whenever there is a conflict, I've faced that at least in personal life, at work, as well as home, and we all have. More often than not, we're all impatient and do not listen to all parties involved and jump to conclusions. We should be patient, value others' opinions, and then aim to resolve in a way that all benefits. Next. After the 2015 Parliament of World Religions, few young Jains got together and tried to identify a dialogic identity construction. Pretty interesting concepts. And if you go to the depth of Jainism, Jain religion adapts to social and cultural shifts while preserving its core values and practices. And, how do we apply the most important principle of ahimsa in our day-to-day life? And that's where Anikantvad holds the fundamental aspect. It's a duality of reality, constituted by matter on one hand and the soul on the other. And this dual aspect of Anikantvad helps Jains to be a peaceful community. It's interesting, but just yesterday I received a video and talking about Jains are the most peaceful community. I had known about 4 or 5 years ago an article, a presentation on BBC also talking about which religion is most peaceful in the world. And the announcers compared different aspects of different religions, which we won't go into details, but next. So for the conflict resolution, Anikant approaches everything relatively, tries to find the truth in every situation, and thereby helps resolve conflict. Simple terms, listen to everybody, give perspectives to different aspects, come down to resolve it. Next. Food habits of others. When I was asked to talk about social harmony, peace, and religious perspective, I debated within myself that should I even bring this out? And the answer that came was, at the end of the day, all said and done, what is it that we do the most common in a day? I'm afraid food is right up there, along with our work, sleep, and other things. So I did some soul searching and some research to find out. And just as a practical example, I've been involved as a professional in ordering food for colleagues, people, etc. And this had been a constant personal struggle, which I'm not going to go into right now, but these are the things that I found. Being a vegetarian does not make you good, and not being a vegetarian does not make you bad. We live with and by our karma. And this is one important aspect and yet one aspect of life. As I said before, your thoughts, your actions, how you treat others are so, so important. We all have seen enough people on both sides of the fence of food habits and know the goods and bads. In reality, as we all believe what's written in our agams and scriptures is what we believe and we practice, and we are recommended advice. Similarly, if you look at all different religions, Christians are going to do what's preached in Bible. Islam, they're going to do what's written in Quran. Judaism, in their literature, there's a strong emphasis on eating kosher food. But this, if you read in Mahayana Sutra, certainly stated that people should eat vegetarian food. Similar things in Gita for Hindus. And when you look at Sikh, while Gurdwaras certainly serve only vegetarian meals, Sikhs are not bound to that in their scriptures. Next. And so I would say this, to change people's food practices, Another approach beyond religious prescriptions like impact on environment, saving earth, etc. will need to be taken. Next, now I move on to the real life example of what I had done. Next slide, please. That's expansion of a Jain center. And I'm talking about Los Angeles, been located in Buena Park, Jain Center of Southern California. This slice represent 4 years of my career in JCSC, first 2 years as vice president in 2000 and 2001, and then as a president in 2002 and 2003. We were planning to expand our existing facility of 11,500 square feet, 11,500 square feet to 75,000 square feet property. And we had about 600 plus families. How do we accommodate desires of various Jain sects? Yes, we also have enough people practicing different faiths in those 600 official families, and the total numbers were probably 800 plus. One thing we all had agreed that our goal was to stay as one unified organization. And we followed an elaborate democratic process. No kidding, we took our time. We had so many meetings. Next slide. Initial list was prepared by talking to people in informal community survey basis. Plans were being prepared as per this list. However, few members, if I remember correctly, there were about under 30 families who requested some additional things. In the interest of time, I will not go into their list, but it was a simple request to accommodate various other sects of Jain religion, which we were planning, but there were some additional requests. So the then board of directors appointed 7 members committee to bring a solution. Unfortunately, it was not successful. Next. And maybe fortunately, maybe unfortunately, the board of directors changed. That's just routine course. Every 2 years, we change members. And the new board of directors appointed 3 members committee. I happen to be one of those 3, to bring an amicable solution to the issue. Having known that our informal survey plan had kind of not worked, we chose a little more, for the lack of a better term, I would say aggressive approach. We created a few questions and mailed that survey to all the members. We got the responses. The responses were analyzed, presented to the board, and with some modifications, the board took those decisions to general body for the final resolution and plan to proceed. And this is what the resolutions were. Next slide, please. So general body passed a resolution to support a proposed expansion plan with the following provisions. Now remember, we're talking about incorporating all different Jain sects at Jain Center of Southern California property. 1, have only idols of Tirthankars in the Derasar and accommodate all deities in Aradhana Hall to respect other sects. Use Aradhana Hall for religious and spiritual purposes only. The former Aradhana Hall was used for all functions, religious, spirituals, and celebratory. 3rd, build a cultural complex with an auditorium for cultural events and classrooms for Pathshala. And develop an Atma Sadhana Kendra to accommodate the Jaina library and study rooms. By the way, the largest library of Jain books, about 15,000 plus, exist in Jain Center of Southern California even today. And we have books in all different languages. Next. So I will end by saying the Lord Mahavir showed us a path. accommodation of others' views rather than to refute others' views. And he appealed to his disciples at that time to become anekanti in place of ekanti. Thank you very much. Jai Jinendra.
Thank you, Nitin Bhai. You have been smarter than the normal speakers, taking less time than the allotted. So I thank you a lot. You made my life easier. Okay.
Being an academician all my life, it helps me that we have to respect the time that is given and time that is within the plan. Thank you.
Very nice. Now we are open for discussions. So those who want to, ask questions, please raise hands and then we will invite them. So do we see anybody here? Sushil, please help me.
No, sir.
Nobody is asking any questions.
Sulek ji have one question.
Okay, so bring him on.
Can
Yes,
you
Sulek
answer?
bhai. Yes, Sulek bhai.
Nitin Bhai, as usual, you gave a very good talk, a practical example, and I salute you. I have been thinking about, we talk about ahimsa, we talk about anekantvad and many of those things. Many, many times I feel ahimsa people understand. They practice in their life. Even though many times it is confined to one sense, mobile being, not beyond, but maybe. But still it's understood, we talk. But anekantvad, to many, many people within the Jain community, okay, I'm not talking outside, even they just know the word, probably the spelling. It is not much there. And why I'm saying this, you look at our traditions. There's not much anekantvad in them, okay? My way is the only way. How come this dialogue, this whole concept, this philosophy, does not permeate, does not come into practice, okay? Only, I will stop here. I have been told many, many times by many Jain leaders in India that it is easier to talk to probably a Muslim leader and probably to other leader than to talk to a leader of another Jain sect, okay? That's not an ekantavad, okay? So can you, and I'm sure you face this music at JCSE as well.
Very, very true, Sulekji. And again, I will give a practical example. I really was debating that in 20 minutes, what do I say, which is relevant on one hand, and as some of you who have heard me before, I always like, what are we going to do tomorrow or today after you listen to whatever little I have to say? So to bring this out about anekantvad and peace, I went through last several Jaina convention souvenirs, Sulekji, and I'm sorry to say, didn't find a significant thing that I can pick up from that. And so for the powers to be, maybe the next souvenir should be focused on anekantvad. And otherwise, you are very right. I faced in JCSC and many other places, etc., including I will end this with one personal example. And I'm sorry about bringing out different sect terminology, but that's what will take care of it, otherwise not. I grew up, my grandparents, my parents, etc., in a very staunch Swatambar Murti Puja tradition. My mother lived in USA for 20 years with those strict rules, including drinking boiled water and food habits and not eating after sunset, etc., in USA as well. She's been doing it for past 50 years of her life. And yet, it was my personal desire. I like to set an example. When we were building our temple, the newer one, and we were adding 2 idols of Digambar, and I was desirous to help because the community size of Digambar tradition in Jain Center of Southern California is smaller. So it wasn't that we were struggling, it was my personal desire that after going through these 4 years of rigorous exploration, discussion, survey, etc., what can I do to set an example? And people knew by that time which faith do we belong to, because my mother was pretty active in our community. And I wanted to put sponsorship for a Digambar idol. And even today, I can tell you, if I go and ask my uncle and aunt in India, they will not like that. And to add to this, I will say that how serious our family is. My two aunts, mother's two younger sisters, have both taken Diksha in 1979. And one of them has passed away. The other one is still there at 92 years of age. And yet, when I came home to ask my mother, in a matter of split seconds, she said yes. So that was the transformation that I saw in religious beliefs and practices, even within my own personal family. But how often do we see this? I'm not going to answer that question. It is for all of us to think. There are certain questions which you don't answer, you just know and see. Naresh ji, please, Jayendra, your question, please.
Okay, Bakul.
Trying to unmute. Okay.
Bakul Matalia, please.
I have a little submission here because Anekantwad, as Sulik ji has said, it's a technical word, jargon, and why should others care to understand what our religions is telling? How many Jains are interested in knowing the nitty-gritty from other religions? I have spoken in many international forums, and Anekantwad always comes in. And I have simplified it from the catchword Om, open-mindedness. Anekantwad wants open-mindedness. First, you open your mind to receive message of others and understand others before taking any action. Now, it may not be that accurate when it comes to the definition of Anekantwad, but unless we have a simplified catchword, it's not easy to go to the other's mind. Bottom line is others also need motivation to listen to you and understand. Thank you.
Very good. Bakul, please, Bakul Matalia. Sushil, can you bring him on? He is raising his hand.
Yes, yes.
Good morning, Jai Jinendra, to everyone. I don't have any question. I just want to collaborate with Dr. Shah. Dr. Shah said this Anekantwad is working very well, even in America. Like yesterday, on a political front, President Biden passed the 1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, and it was a bipartisan bill, which was passed by both parties by negotiation, by convincing other parties, give and take, which is a practical example of Anekantwad, instead of saying my way or highway. And that was just, and today, this morning, I heard that under budget was passed, 3.2 trillion budget was passed, that was also bipartisan. So Anekantwad is not working in Jain community, but is working everywhere, and just wanted to collaborate that more Anekantwad we practice, it is better for everyone, and it is working very well. Thank you.
Sir, there is a question by somebody, Rohini Pragya ji in chat box.
Who is there?
Somebody, Rohini Pragya ji, has put a question in chat box. Somebody ji, are you there?
Rajal can come in. She is asking the same question. Rajal?
Samanji is here.
I can
She is
hear.
not there.
Rohini Pragya is here.
Yes, somebody ji, please ask your question.
Okay,
So,
Pandey.
I have posted in the chat box if Nitin ji can.
somehow I do not see it.
Yes,
Will
yes.
it take all?
I just a minute. God's devotees see God's creation everywhere. Does it means reverence for every life from Lord Mahavir's perspective? Did
I
you
would
get?
say so. I would say so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I have one comment on what Bakulji said. You know, there is also the other side, and that's what we are facing right now. There is a group of people who still refuse to take the vaccine, and that's the price we are paying for being a democratic country and practicing an ekantvad. Somebody needs to figure out about where should that line be drawn, because the whole world is going to pay price for a long time. And I'm saying so as a medical doctor, but just another point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, to conclude, I may say that there is a saying in Hindi, औरों को नसीहत, खुद को खसियत. We always, teach others the good things about ahimsa, anekant, or apagrah. But when it comes to practice by ourselves, we say that it does not apply to me. I am unique. And that's where the problem comes. So, unless we have this mindset change of the leaders, that you first practice and then assume the role of, be a change agent. I think with this, and this is the beauty of Anant, that we have to be open-mindedness, like said, our other, we have to be open-minded and willing to accept and adopt a change in our own attitude before enforcing it on others. Otherwise, there are a lot of preachers, they preach their things, they have some followings, and that is the beginning of, the fall of the doctrine itself. So, Nitin bhai, thank you very much for your, talk, especially about the Jain Center example that you gave. It's a really good example to see how in practice things, work out even within the community. So with this, I now invite Professor Jaden Boss to talk about his subject, and he will talk about Jain thought as a modern framework of interreligious and social harmonization. Okay, Professor Jaden Boss.
Thank you very much. I suppose I can now share my screen. One moment. There. Now, first of all, before I start with my actual talk, I wish to make a few fundamental remarks to outline the basic thoughts of my presentation. On the one hand, I am a student and observer of Indian religious and philosophical culture from its earliest historical beginnings up to the present day. But also, I did not grow up in an Indian cultural environment, and I view Jainism as a worldview that not only is of immense historical value for understanding Indian cultural history, but it can also contribute to an evolving world culture. And I will also draw upon my own experience in speaking about specifically Jaina ideas to non-Jaina people outside India. Now, social harmonization deals with social conflicts and with the avoidance of conflicts. Social conflicts often arise from disagreements about the distribution of material goods, such as land or other natural resources. But they can also arise from differences of opinion in ethical matters. In other words, how and according to which criteria material goods are to be distributed. And again, in many other cases, material goods are not involved at all. For instance, over conflicts about what is to be considered acceptable behavior in public or how to treat other people. And all such conflicts are conflicts about ethics. Well, all too often, one hears nowadays that science and scientific education will provide answers and solutions to any kind of ethical and social conflict. However, science primarily deals with what is and not with what ought to be, which is the main question of ethics. Science can provide support for a certain ethical standpoint, but in itself, it is not enough. The traditional sources of ethical thinking have been the religions of the world. Also, modern secular ethical thought has its roots in religious thinking. Such thought is secularized rather than fundamentally secular, because it usually is based on hypotheses that have a religious basis. For instance, the dignity of the individual, the dignity of life. And this is neither a scientific nor a purely objective matter. So what role can Jainism play today? Jainism is a small minority religion, but it has a great advantage in an interreligious or pluri-religious situation. To be considered a serious partner in debate in today's world, Jainism faces two challenges. First of all, it must convince the people who are not religiously but scientifically inclined that its basic view of humankind and of the world is essentially rational. Secondly, it must convince the followers of theistic religions that there is a sufficiently large overlap between their worldview and the Jaina worldview. And if Jainism can do so, it will occupy a middle position between the great theistic worldviews and the modern scientific secularized worldview on the other side, which no other system of thought has. However, we must ask ourselves, why should anyone at all be interested in hearing the Jaina voice? We can also say it in a commercial way. We are selling Jaina ideas. Why should anybody want to buy them? It is essential that Jaina ideas are not presented as something exclusive or exotic, but as universally acceptable. It is also important to realize that Jainism can contribute greatly to a better world, also if not everybody accepts each and every traditional custom and belief that has been established in contemporary Jaina religious practice. Now, Jainism is a religion with a very, very strong sense of ethics. And the reason for this is that Jainism is atheistic. There is no God as an ultimate religious authority, nor is there a God who will save us from the mistakes which we make. We are the creators of our own destiny. We bear responsibility for and bear the consequences of our deeds. Precisely because Jainism is an atheistic worldview, and because personal responsibility plays such an enormous role, ethical thought has been central to Jaina philosophy. This is psychologically very valuable because a theistic believer may feel problems of emotional loyalty toward a God that is considered the supreme being whom one must obey. And this sense of personal devotion, this bhakti, is at the same time a strength and a debilitating weakness in theistic religions. To give just one example, bhakti can be misused to justify religious wars, fundamentalist terrorism, and other kinds of violence. Now, why should we take religion seriously at all? One central issue concerning religious authority is that of transcendence. That is the question, what is the source of religious truth that can provide reliable and convincing perspectives and guidelines for ethics? For the basis of its ethics, Jainism does not rely on an external and questionable source, namely a God. And this gives Jainism a clearly philosophical rather than a religious character. The so-called religious laws of Jainism have been discovered by the Tirthankaras, in other words, by people, special people, through close observation of their surroundings and through deep introspection. Now, one thing must be stated clearly. There is a modern fashion in India to call Jainism scientific, but it is not. It is philosophical. Whoever calls Jainism scientific, in other words, comparable to the natural sciences, either does not know what science is, or is using the word scientific in a very loose way. Jainism has a strongly philosophical character, which makes it open to rational debate. Also, psychology plays a very important role in its analysis of human life and ethics. This is also the reason why Buddhism has gained great interest in the secularized modern world as a viable worldview. Now, if Jainism should play a major role in bringing about interreligious and social harmony in the world, it must present itself in its rational aspect, cleansed of everything that is sentimental and folkloristic. Jainism must present its central ideas rationally and in their most elementary forms in order to be accepted as a serious partner in interreligious and philosophical debate. And any interreligious and international ethical debate must take into consideration not only other religions, but also the cultural trend that is known as modernism. Now, modernism began in Western Europe, approximately 400 years ago. It gathered momentum in a period that is known as the Enlightenment, and it caused the spread of a scientific and technological culture together with a accompanying worldview that has become a worldwide universal phenomenon in which the educated classes of the entire world participate. And this has laid the basis, at last in history, for a world culture in a globalized world. The strength of modernism is that it communicates objective knowledge that is accessible to and acceptable by any person. Jaina ethical thought has many points in common with this modernism, and this gives Jainism an advantage which other traditional religions do not have. The highest source of religious truth in Jainism is not a god who chose to communicate his divine will to people and who holds authority over people because supposedly he is their creator and the Lord of the universe. The acceptance of such a notion of a god who is a creator, a lawgiver, a judge, as in the great religions of Christianity and Islam, for instance, this acceptance is a matter of belief. Theologians across the world have tried to make this belief acceptable through various arguments. But ultimately, theistic belief is just that. It is belief. It is not knowledge. The arguments of medieval Jaina thinkers against such beliefs are very much the same that were brought forward by European thinkers of the Enlightenment very many centuries later. So here we see another clear parallel between Jainism and modernism. And one major weakness of modernism is that it led to a separation of religion and science, between knowledge of what is and a vision of what should be. Every religion postulates a source of transcendent knowledge, knowledge that is considered divine. One striking aspect of the Jaina concept of divinity is that the supreme divinities are people. The source of highest religious truth and authority are humans, namely the Tirthankaras. And this brings Jainism very close to modern-day humanism, and once again to the values of the Enlightenment. the transcendent source of truth, the source of truth that is beyond that's merely worldly, is not an external God. It's not an entity outside man, but on the contrary, is internal. It is deep within man himself. And this makes Jainism a worldview that is based on traditional humanism, but also transcends humanism. And so we may speak of transhumanism, or as the German scholar Heinrich Zimmer wrote many years ago from a different point of view, Jainism as transtheistic. Now, a sober and rational analysis will quickly show just how sensible this notion is. Divine revelations are never objective. It is always a person. Persons such as the prophets in the West Asian religions who proclaim that God has spoken to them. Others may believe or may not believe what the prophets say. And how the words of the prophet are to be understood, that is, how they are to be interpreted, is a question that has often led to bitter conflicts and even religious persecution and war. In practice, human words are more important than the words that supposedly have come to us from a God. This also applies to theological interpretations of, for instance, Hindu religious texts, in which a God is said to speak. We are always dealing with commentaries, that is to say, interpretations, that is to say, human ideas and thoughts. And Jainism is the one ancient religion that recognizes this fact and accepts human responsibility for human acts. Human decision-making cannot be done irresponsibly in the name of a non-empirical, non-human entity which mankind is supposed to obey. And here again, we see a great closeness of Jainism and modern secular humanistic thought. In its original form, Buddhism shows similar characteristics, but it also shows one very great difference. Jainism recognizes the jiva, or the soul, whereas Buddhism, with its doctrine of emptiness, ultimately denies the reality of the individual and thus approaches a metaphysical nihilism. Here we see how Jainism shows much more in common with religions such as Christianity and Islam. And thus, Jainism, because of its metaphysics and because of its philosophical anthropology, because of its view of what human beings are, occupies a middle ground between the great world religions, such as Christianity and Islam on the one hand, and modern humanism on the other, while its historical relationship with Buddhism forms a solid common ground for dialogue with Buddhism too. And much the same goes for the highly complex and diverse group of religions that are commonly labeled Hinduism. Jaina ethics is largely based on psychological elements that are open to rational debate, and they do not require any religious faith whatsoever. They are based on an analysis of our experience of ourselves and of the world around us. Much in Jaina ethics appears very similar to the ethics that is taught in other religions, but there is a difference between the Jaina way of analyzing human existence and its problems and the approaches of other systems on the other hand. This analytical difference is based on differences in philosophical anthropology, the concept of what man is and could be. Jainism claims that most of its central ideas are based on close empirical observation and analysis of the human condition, and that these ideas can be verified by any rational person. Jaina concepts that are not objectively verifiable, such as rebirth or the ascent of the liberated soul to Siddhashila, can be considered hypotheses that are of little importance for matters of interreligious social harmony. The remaining ideas that determine Jaina ethical discussions are a matter of psychological and philosophical debate. Indeed, the core ethical concepts of Jainism are primarily a matter of psychology that can be easily translated to other religious contexts without affecting belief in the metaphysics of other religions. This makes Jainism a sort of meta-religion for other religions. The metaphysical basis of Jaina thought is a dualistic opposition between jiva and ajiva. We can translate this as soul versus non-soul, or consciousness versus non-consciousness. Because the life force, which is the soul, is pure consciousness. Kunda Kundacharya has declared this perhaps more clearly than any other author. And every person, every living being pursues happiness. Conflicts arise when people believe that others stand in the way of achieving happiness in some manner or the other. The common psychological mistake is to believe that the causes of happiness lie outside a person's consciousness. And a simple and fast introspective experiment or a very short bit of philosophical analysis will show that this belief cannot be true, because happiness is a matter of consciousness and not of lifeless things outside ourselves.
Please conclude, Professor Jain.
Yes. I've spoken for 18 minutes. I'm on my way. This is now we need not accept the Jaina notion that the pure soul, that is pure consciousness, experiences pure happiness in moksha. This is a matter of Jaina ontology, which may be difficult for non-Jainas to accept. For ordinary people, a few external objects may be required to support the development of the soul's inborn potential for happiness. It is when immoderate desires for external objects take hold of the will of an individual or of a group of individuals that social conflicts arise. A closer study of the traditional central ethical guidelines of Jainism, as they are summarized in the 5 vratanas, ahimsa, satya, asteya, brahmacharya, and aparigraha, shows that these guidelines reflect basic Jaina metaphysics. The idea that the living individual, the jiva, is not to be identified with external objects and does not depend on them for happiness. It is only when a false belief takes hold of a person that this person believes that it is advantageous to be violent, to spread falsehoods, to steal, to indulge in wanton sensuality, or to amass material possessions without limit. What representatives of Jainism should not do, but many do this, is to emphasize non-violence as the cure for any kind of social problem, simply because, first of all, this is simply not true. Everyone has a right to self-defense, if need be also violently. And secondly, this may be seen by others as nothing but irrational cowardice and does not convince. It is also important to realize that the modern and popular notion of anikantavada as intellectual nonviolence, because from a certain point of view, every standpoint is true, is plainly historically wrong. Yesterday, Professor Jeffrey Long has referred to the doctoral work by my student, Melanie Barbato. She wrote a thick book about this, the history of what anikanta really is. And Jaina thinkers have always had very strong opinions about what is true and what is false. If Jainism is to play a major role in bringing about interreligious and social harmonization, it can only do so in a modernized, secularized form without local folklore that has played a great role in traditional Jaina life in India, but which cannot mean very much to people who are not a part of a traditional community. Also, it should not emphasize beliefs that are beyond any kind of common means of verification. And this kind of a secularized Jainism will emphasize the holiness of life, the dignity of the individual, and individual responsibility. This individual responsibility includes responsibility towards oneself as well as towards others and towards the environment in a broad sense, because we cannot rely on any kind of godly intervention to save us from the consequences of our irresponsible acts. To say it differently, karma, also the karma of a collective of people, works. And not only in the next life, but already in this one. And this is a secular view of karma which any person should be able to accept. Jainism has a psychological analysis of its own ethics that is rational, that is debatable with anyone. If we speak of the soul as consciousness that exists here and now. The traditional attitude of Jainism towards its own history is very self-critical and open to debate, because the highest authority is an essentially human authority that lies deep within our own consciousness, not the authority of gods and other beings that are unseen. Most importantly, every person should be responsible, should be able to respond truthfully to the question why he or she acted in a certain way. And this is what makes Jainism a highly rational way of life, which can provide a framework for respectable debate between persons of widely different ethical backgrounds. And with this, I would like to close my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Rajan Bose, for a very illuminating and thought-provoking presentation. I really appreciate the kind of new thinking that you have presented today.
Thank you.
So, so friends, we are open for discussions. Anybody who would like to interact with him?
Sir, there is a question in chat box by Dr. Andrew Bridges.
One moment, I'll have a look. A message by Andrew Bridges. When one separates Jainism into what could be rationally proven or argued and what is merely hypothesis, does one sacrifice overall coherence of the system of thought itself? No, I don't think so. Because Jainism, I try to explain that in my talk, is an extension of what is also offered by modern secular humanism. So everything that we have on a humanistic, secular, scientific basis is also accepted by Jainism, but it goes beyond that. It is a transhumanism. So I think there's no problem here.
Professor Robert, there is one more question in chat box by somebody, Rohini Pragyaji.
Yes, pure consciousness is the basis of happiness. True. However, it needs to take structural or purity of systems. How do you respond to this other part? I'm afraid I don't quite understand the question. Yes. Perhaps Samaniji can go online and speak to us.
This is Rohini Pragya. Can you hear me, Professor?
Yes, excellently.
Okay. So my question was, Jainism do talk about pure consciousness, and the upadana aspect of consciousness is the source of ultimate happiness. But it does talk about the nimitta part as well. So how does Jainism will talk about the structural part or the purity of systems like social, political, or economical aspects when it wants to talk about happiness? Because embodied souls live in a dualistic aspect of upadana and nimitta, both.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, that, yeah, I think I understand now. Actually, this is the question of, this is the question where Jaina thinkers have an important role to play. it has to do with a spread of an understanding of what people are. What are we? What is every person? That we are a jiva. We are incarnated jivas, and that is because of our karma. That is why we are born as women or men or in a certain family or in a certain part of the world, etc., etc. But essentially, we are jivas, we are souls. We are impure souls, impure because of karma. And we are impure in infinitely many different ways. That is why there are so many individual differences. But ultimately, what all of us want is to purify our soul, to get away from the limitations that are imposed upon us by karma.
Not simply karma.
And it is because of karma that these structures to which you are referring came into existence in the first place. So I think that if we can emphasize strongly enough what we are, what is essential to people and what is not essential to people, that we can gradually reduce these limitations that are brought upon societies by traditionally grown limitations, which is essentially a form of collective karma. And if we are aware of that, we can do something about removing those traditional limitations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jinesh, please come. Jinesh said.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for this wonderful talk, especially a perspective which is beyond Anekantavada, Ahimsa, and other such ideas. My question is specific to that brief comment that you mentioned at the end of the talk about intellectual ahimsa. As pointed out by John Ford in his paper 2000, and by Melanie Barbato in her recent book, what are the reasons that one can point towards to regarding this contemporary idea of intellectual ahimsa, apart from the Jaina search for an identity with non-Jain or a constant engagement with the others? What could be another reason for this development of intellectual ahimsa?
I think that the reasons for this reinterpretation of what Anekantavada is are not really philosophical. If you look, if we go back to the classical sources, who are the first people who used the word Anekantavada and commented on this and elaborated these ideas, then we have to go back to the Middle Ages. We have to read authors like Vidyanandi, Samantabhadra, Akalangadeva. And there we see that Anekanta has nothing to do with modesty, with open-mindedness, with tolerance. All of them are very good ideas, very nice. I have nothing against tolerance and open-mindedness and modesty. More people should be like that. These are indeed old values that have been cultivated throughout the history of Jainism. But it's a bit like what I commented yesterday in Professor Long's talk about ahimsa. And we should be careful not to take certain words out of context and to let them mean many other, also nice things, but different things. It means that our conversations, our discussions will become less exact. Now, Anekantavada is not a social concept. It is a concept of physics, basically. The idea that you have a thing, like here I have a book, and I can look at this book in different ways. This book is made of paper. That is just one of the antas of this book. It is something I can read. It has a certain function which other objects do not have. So in this way, there are many aspects to this one object. And that is all. That's all that Anikanta has to say. And this is a valuable idea. And classical Jaina authors have demonstrated why this is a valuable idea, why on a metaphysical level, Buddhism is one-sided, or Advaita is one-sided. And that if you look at a thing from only one point of view, you are not doing full justice to that thing. So it's a matter of analyzing reality. It is not a matter of how we treat other people. And that this Anikantavada was reinterpreted to mean something like diplomacy or open-mindedness, I think has reasons in social history, that it has to do with the sad fact that the Jaina community became a minority community and had to defend itself against very unphilosophical, very unreligious attacks from other communities, and therefore insisted that everybody should be tolerant towards everybody else. In other words, also to the Jainas.
And Professor Jaidenbach, I have an observation.
Yeah.
You said that Jain philosophy is not scientific. Now, if a philosophy is not scientific, I'm not saying, in the true sense that, we understand, but if it is not scientific, how can it be universally acceptable?
We must distinguish between different kinds of knowledge. Science deals with objective, measurable, ultimately material knowledge. It is limited to that. And anything that goes beyond that becomes hypothetical. And it becomes metaphysical, becomes ethical. And what we can do is take such ideas which are not physical, which are not scientifically provable, and make them acceptable for others in the sense that we ask other people to think along with us, to make a mental experiment. What will happen if all of us believe this? Will that not lead to a society in which people will treat each other in a more just way? Now, it is not so, it is hypothetical. We're just thinking ahead, we're planning. But it is possible to take Jaina ideas and present them in such a manner, in a way using concepts which are universally acceptable, and convince others that, well, this is a good idea. Yes, let us try this. So Jaina thought, on the one hand, like every sensible worldview, cannot reject science, but it must also go beyond science. Otherwise, it is not a philosophy. That is not a religion. Then it is merely science.
Thank you. There's a big discussion, so you will, seeing the time limit on hand, thank you very much for your really illuminating talk, and I think most of our participants will join me to express our sincere thanks to you for this talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak here.
Okay. And now, friends, I invite Professor Sherry for, and I think she will bring a different perspective to the situation of implementation through various techniques that she had been experimenting. So, Professor Ford, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers and for all your hard work. And thank you for inviting me to present this paper. It is a different perspective. And may I share my screen, please?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
But
So
we cannot able to see your PPT.
you can't see you cannot see the,
No.
oh no.
Actually, we can see.
Try.
I can share my screen.
See. Okay, I've just tried to reshare the PowerPoint. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so this presentation has to do with an article that was just published in the Journal of Interreligious Studies. And it was very difficult for me to pick and choose what to include in this presentation because the article is much longer than this presentation is. And doing the research for this article was some of the most rewarding research of my career, actually. And the abstract for this article has to do with the summary is that I did interviews with, conducted interviews with Jains in the United States doing interfaith work. These interviews took place both before and after the social unrest and the pandemic. And the people I interviewed, and there are many more people doing interfaith work, Jains doing interfaith work, but the ones that I interviewed for this particular project are Naresh Jain, Arvind Vora, Suleik Jain, Nikhil Boom, Panki Gala on behalf of Jains for Justice in Nirali State. And of these, there's some senior members of the Jain community in the United States, Naresh Jain, Arvind Vora, Suleik Jain, and then junior members in their 30s and 20s with Jains for Justice and Panki Gala. In Nirali State. And so what they all have in common with this is that, let's see, they in this interfaith work, they talk about ahimsa and anekantavada. But before we go into that, I wanted to define what interfaith work has come to mean in the United States and somewhat internationally. So interfaith dialogue is a means by which people within different traditions share about their own religions with others who are doing the same. It is often meant to build bridges of friendship and understanding, to encourage peaceful pluralism, as has already been discussed by other people here, to be mutually inspiring, and to promote the common good. Interfaith cooperation is more active, as in people of different religions cooperating together on goals which they agree are good to work towards in terms of the common good. There's a book that I've included there if anybody's interested in knowing more about interreligious or interfaith studies. It is somewhat of a new field. There are a variety of interfaith organizations in the United States and abroad. And ahimsa and anekantavada, these concepts fit very nicely into interfaith work, actually, very naturally. And the Jains that I talked with who are doing interfaith work in the United States often described ahimsa as providing the code of conduct or motivation for interfaith dialogue, because this dialogue will help promote a more peaceful understanding between people, which will therefore help reduce violent conflict and deter hatred. And then anekantavada often provided the method or guidelines for such dialogue, understanding that people have different points of view by trying to understand others' perspectives and by not assuming your own truth is complete or your own way is right. And the people with whom I talked interpreted anekantavada as intellectual ahimsa in the way that Jeffrey Long has summarized previously. So I'm very happy that at least 3 people are here that I interviewed, so they can correct anything or add anything they want to. It's comforting for me. So Naresh Jain is here, Jai Janendra, and he has had a very long career doing interfaith work. He represented Jaina at the Parliament of the World's Religions. This is the largest interfaith organization in the world. He served there in numerous ways, is now an emeritus trustee. Also, another interfaith organization, Monmouth Center of World Religions and Ethical Thought, involved in the Interfaith Center of New York. He has participated in panels and discussions, for example, one on religions as social inspiration at the American Museum of Natural History after 9/11. Also invited to talk at a Martin Luther King Jr. observance pretty recently. Written many articles, published in a local paper in presenting Jainism to a pluralist American society. Also co-founder of Educare Foundation. I consider this interfaith in the sense that the Educare Foundation helps children of any religion or no religion, and continues to organize interfaith programs in a Presbyterian Church of Rutherford, New Jersey, where he lives. So I'm going to present quotes from each of these people. It was very hard to decide on which quotes from the article to include, and I hope they will chime in and will add anything they would like to. So, and I hope the PowerPoint helps if anybody's internet connections are a little iffy here, they can just read it. So Naresh Jain, the quote I picked for him is, "This is how I understand the practice of Jainism. First, aparigraha helps me to understand that attachments, including attachments to myself, cause all kinds of vices and misery. Second, therefore, I follow the 5-fold code of conduct, which includes ahimsa, non-harming, satya, truth, asteya, no stealing, brahmachari, sexual restraint, and aparigraha, non-attachment. Third, anekantavada gives me a way to make an assessment of a situation and decide what to do by listening to people. Anekantavada is essentially open-mindedness, and he just presented this. I relate this to the mantra Om when I speak to non-Jains about it. O for open and M for mindedness. It is not simply respecting others' perspectives, but really trying to understand them. It also creates good relationships with others and helps one to have a non-judgmental attitude. Fourth, no one can be 100% successful in not harming anything or anyone, so we have forgiveness. We give forgiveness and we seek forgiveness in Jainism. This is a very important part of Jainism and is something we do at the end of annual rites of Paryushan. And this forgiveness, we had this discussion of forgiveness after, the social unrest and pandemic of 2020. And in America, we're going to need some forgiveness. Arvind Vora, I'm hoping is here too. Also worked with Jaina and represented Jaina at Religions for Peace, which is another major interfaith organization that is worldwide, international. He also has served since the 90s as a chairman of the Long Island Multi-Faith Forum. And this Multi-Faith Forum has interfaith dialogues with people, especially immigrants, speaking for their own faiths at venues hosted by different organizations like the Lions Club, the Rotary Club, community colleges, and they're also engaged in building bridges, outreach events to schools and other institutions, among other things. And also he's involved in a Shanti Fund, which promotes a culture of peace and nonviolence among children. So the quote I picked for Arvind Vora, and I hope he'll chime in if he wants to add anything later, is interfaith work needs to come from the heart and to touch people's hearts. Interfaith work is important for promoting ahimsa, to promote peace and avoid war, because it helps us understand each other better. Anekantavada means that other religions have interesting things we can learn. They can give you a new understanding of your own faith. Anekantavada means that you can convey that you are right, but also understand that they are right too. You can understand other people's points of view and therefore not become offended or violent. Now, after these senior members of the Jain community in the United States, we have Nikhil Boom, who's more junior in his 30s. His interfaith work started at Princeton University, where he was asked to join the Religious Life Council, an interfaith organization on campus. Membership included different religions represented on campus. Also, he was in the Interfaith Youth Network at Religions for Peace. Again, that's a major international interfaith organization. Youth representative for Anubibat United Nations. Also involved in the Parliament of World Religions, again, the largest interfaith organization, was a treasurer at a certain point and on the board of trustees, and now is a trustee emeritus. He has also contributed articles about Jainism to the Huffington Post, which is a national newspaper, and is now currently involved in a career in diversity, equity, and inclusion. And that is related to interfaith work in the sense that it includes inclusion of different people of different religions, but also different abilities, different races, ethnicities, etc. And so he had an interesting perspective here too. So the quote I chose for him, and by the way, well, never mind, I don't have a lot of time here, but okay. So currently, Jains show up to interfaith events mostly to educate others about their own religion, and also to encourage other Jains to participate in such events. I would like to move forward to looking at how Jains can participate in these forums by applying our principles, which are useful in interfaith engagements. For example, Anekantavada is how to consider different points of view about the same situation. People sometimes refuse to see the opposing side's point of view during conflicts, such as Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but having a Jain in the room as a neutral third party using Anekantavada could help with this. We are a religion that does not have conflicts with other religions to begin with, and Anekantavada can further help to provide a neutral perspective and foster communication. I would like to see more Jains doing this. And Sulik Jain is here, so I hope he will also add whatever he wants to add to this. Sulik Jain is, his current focus is on interfaith cooperation with Sikhs to establish Jain studies at universities in the US with endowed chairs, like, and some other things. But so here we have interfaith cooperation. You have Sikhs and Jains working together to establish chairs in Sikh studies and Jain studies at different universities. Okay, and so we have two separate endowed chairs in Jainism and Sikhism at the University of California in Irvine have been established. Jain chair in Jain studies at the University of California, Davis. A clinical professorship in Jain and Sikh studies that is splitting apart into professorships in Jain studies and then Sikh studies, and then endowed chair of Jain studies at the University of Santa Barbara, which previously only had Sikh studies, and then also more. It's ongoing. Also wrote a book, Ahimsa Crisis. You decide, and then also articles about various subjects in the Jain religion as well. And in the US, this contributes to the conversation between people of different religions. So the quote I chose here, there are a couple quotes. And again, I hope he'll add anything that he wants to add. So we had a Black Lives Matter movement in the United States. We have had some serious unrest, social unrest in the United States during the pandemic. And so about Black Lives Matter, And this movement was spurred by the killing of George Floyd by a police officer. And there were protests around the country in the United States. And it was all about, well, Black Lives Matter. People who are Black, they matter, their lives matter. And that's where this comes from. So about Black Lives Matter, Black people have been affected more negatively by COVID-19 and the economic situation. It is our duty to care about this. Jains have been feeding thousands of people every weekend. Our Jain community collected a lot of money to provide tablets to poor children of different races so they could continue to receive an education when it went online because of COVID-19. Interfaith is not about tolerating. It is about how we alleviate others' pain and suffering. We support Black lives, but we aren't going out to march because of COVID-19. I should have been there, but there is the virus. We have helped by donating tablets instead. A common theme for people I talked with is we need to move beyond tolerating in various ways. And
Professor, please conclude. Time is running out. So
how many minutes do I have?
No, you have 5 minutes more to conclude your presentation.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And
Okay.
so it's also it's not about just learning about your neighbor, but learning about how you can help your neighbor. This is the next growth of interfaith work. We need to move beyond talking with each other. After understanding my neighbor, I need to be a helpful source or partner in the journey of life. Before, it was live and let live, to not cause suffering. That was passive. Now we are saying, I will not cause harm or himsa, and I will also actively help if someone is the victim of himsa, care and share. Okay. Jains for Justice was newly formed after the protests for racial justice after George Floyd was killed in the United States. Founded in June 2020. The membership these are young professionals, students, college students, and graduate students. And this is an organization open to Jains of all sex and subsex. They employ Anikantavada as empathetic understanding of those who are oppressed and their points of view. And they employ ahimsa to protect those who are harmed by prioritizing their perspectives in order to not be complicit in and to help stop the harm done to those people. So these are young people who are interpreting these ideas in the context of what has recently happened in the United States. So in doing so, they engage in social justice projects that include gender and sexual identity, disabilities, animal rights, civic engagement, and race, caste, and religion. And they plan to engage in interfaith cooperation with other religious groups working on these same issues. So Panki Gala spoke on behalf of Jains for Justice, and she said, Anikantavada is about perspectives, understanding where other people are coming from. There was a lot of propaganda floating around the Jain community about things like George Floyd, who was killed by the police. For example, that he was a criminal, so why should it matter what happened to him? So we explained the other side. Dylan Roof, a white man, killed people in an African-American church, and the police sat him on the curb, gave him water, and stopped for food for him after they arrested him. This happened several years ago. George Floyd, who's Black, may have used a counterfeit bill, but that does not mean it was right for the police to behave the way they did to him, which was a police officer kneeled on his neck, which resulted in his death. A Jain scholar we spoke to described Anikantavada like this: when we think about karma, we cannot place ourselves in their shoes and assume what their karma is in a situation, such as bad karma resulting in their suffering or oppression. We have to think about our own karma. From that perspective, it is never okay for us to kill or be complicit in killing another human being.
Okay, please conclude.
We have how much?
The time, time out, yes. So
Okay, can I
have
conclude
a
real
minute or
quick?
two. So if you want to conclude and make some comments about.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, Nirali Sethi, I couldn't include here, but you can read about her in the article. So basically what I concluded is that, you know, there's no centralized organization to all of this. People have these different approaches to interfaith work, and it just, it has a depth and breadth that it couldn't have if only like 2 people were doing it, and they overlap. Let's see. And also people are struggling with these things, these ideas, like what do we do in the situation where things have become quite tense in the United States? And sometimes these ideas, they'll take a turn depending on the situation, which is consistent with Anekantavada. And also, I just want to say it was an honor and pleasure to talk with everybody about this. Everybody, you know, was involved in all parts of researching this article. They gave, you know, changing things, gave me permission for the final version, gave permission for me to use their names in this presentation. And I look forward to your comments. Actually, I would rather you not ask me questions and just talk about your own interfaith engagement, because I would like to hear that. So I will conclude there and stop the screen share. Okay.
Dr. Srinivas Iyer has a question. Dr. Iyer.
Yes. Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
I have some kind of confusion in my mind that Madam has exposed. Out of the 5 principles, she has highlighted ahimsa, anekantavada, and aparigraha. Okay. Which of these 3 principles do I find easy to follow and which are more difficult? Number 1. Number 2, is it ever desirable to focus on just one of these principles to the exclusion of the others? And these principles, a practice, a mental vigilance, or progressive discovery? Kindly clarify me, madam, please. Hello?
Hello,
yeah,
Shari.
I'm thinking. That's a good question. And you know, I think that's up to you individually. Really, I do. And I would actually like to hear from like Naresh or Suleik about that. Okay, Naresh, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, if you look at all these principles, ahimsa, anekantavada, aparigraha, any one of them we take any one of them, it encompasses all the principles in kind of different proportions. So if we follow one, we could end up following all of them. But I think along with that, the key teaching of Jainism, which is forgiveness, that should be included. Without including forgiveness, ahimsa, anekantavada, and aparigraha are not complete. That's why we celebrate festival of ahimsa. Now, Muslims have Ramadan, and it's so much publicized all over the world that they are fasting. And we have forgiveness. Somehow scholars are not including forgiveness along with ahimsa, anekantavada, and aparigraha. Forgiveness is something, it's like a medicine. We forgive and then we try to forget and move on. In real life, we can talk about theory, but at the end of the day, we have to keep moving on along with others. Most of them are non-Jains.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone more question before we move on to the next? Yes. You know, to answer your question, forgiveness is a subset of non-violence, if you see, because it involves that you consider others as equals. So you forgive and then you seek forgiveness to cleanse yourself. So forgiveness, I would say yes, because it's an important subject. So we do celebrate forgiveness as the last day of the Samvatsari is the Uttam Kshama, or Kshama Divas, like all other religions have. Sherry, I have a question for you. Sherry, Professor Sherry, is she gone?
Yes.
Okay. You know, you talk so much about Jains like Sulekh Bhai and others. How about you? How did you give your views to the Jains? Because that's very important.
You know, actually, what James were they engaging in interfaith dialogue, right? Exactly. And in fact, Sulekh
Yeah.
Jain and I started to engage in an interfaith dialogue before this, and it was one of the reasons why I ended up doing this project. And you know, I ended up talking with, you know, with them about my own struggles with this situation in the United States, like how to deal with this, because I tend to be more comfortable when there's absolutely no conflict whatsoever, you know. It's just like all peace and harmony. And then what do you do if you need to take a side? Or you think, you know, you can't be neutral, and what do you do in all of this situation and situations, and what James were talking with me about mirrored my own thought process, actually, how to do this, because I have been influenced by Anekantavada and respecting different points of view. Obviously, if I'm doing, you know, if I found a you know, program for interfaith studies, you know, and but then there's a social activism that is coming in when you know, do you stand up for the oppressed, and how do you stand up for the oppressed? So if this, maybe that answers your question.
Thank you. You know, this is one of the finest traits of a leader. I think this is one of the finest traits of a leader, to lead from the rear, not from the front. Let others talk, let others present their present, and you offer a harmonizing, you know, environment in which everybody talks, they listen, and then they move forward. Very good, Sherry. Thank you very much, you know, for your.
I think
And I
Sulekh
wish
wanted to
you
say
all the
something,
best.
but yeah.
Sherry, I just want to thank you for putting this out together. You've been doing these interviews last 2 years, and then you published this article very recently. So I appreciate what you have done. My whole take on this one is I've been around in this Western world last 55 plus years. A lot of interfaith dialogue take place, a lot of conferences, seminars, lectures. There are two aspects. One is having a lecture. Second is having an action-oriented plan where we do things together. I think I have found the lectures are not as effective, because when there is a lecture, if somebody is speaking Christianity, my mind is closed. Okay? If I'm speaking on Jainism, other people are just not listening. It happens all the time. Okay? If we work together on action-oriented projects, and there are many, many of those, then we know how we behave, how we work, how we eat together, how we, you know, how we breathe. So I think that has been very effective. So working with my neighbors within the community on projects is much more effective rather than just pure speeches that I have seen. We give very, very beautiful speeches. We prepare a PowerPoint presentation, okay? But that is not as effective as working with them, okay? That's my take.
Suresh Bhai, just give her a year or two and you will see her, because she is in the absorbing mode and the supporting mode. And I think after a year or so, you will see how she shines.
I
and
like her.
really makes a true interfaith group. True interfaith group, because most of the groups that I have attended, the organizer is the leader, has say, first say and the last say. So here is a person who is a true person, you know, practitioner. So shall we take a break of 5 minutes, or shall we continue with the next lecture?
Sir,
I'm looking
it's
for a
funny.
consensus. Should we take a break or have one more lecture now?
So you can take a break of maximum 5 minutes, because we have,
Let us
I
take
think,
one more lecture, then we have.
Yes, so we can take a break.
I think let us take a break of 5 minutes because we have been seeing Sureji. So let us have a break so that we see him again or get our presentation. Okay, so friends, we meet after 5 minutes. Okay, thank you all very much. And if somebody wants to talk and ask questions with each other or with the speakers, you are most welcome to enter into that dialogue. So we'll meet around 8:50, let us say, Indian Standard Time. Dr. Iyer, you want to say something? Okay. Okay, friends, let us do it. Suleji, are you available? Suleg bhai, can we start now? Suleg bhai, can we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Welcome, friends. Welcome back to the webinar. Our next speaker is the Venerable Dr. Suleg Jain. He is a person who has dedicated his life to the cause of Jain education promotion and everything related to Jainism. So today he is going to talk about a very important and very unique topic, ahimsa and women emancipation. So Suleg bhai, over to you.
Thank you, Jai Jirendra, to everyone. Beautiful organization, beautiful seminar. Shuganji, your colleagues are doing a very good work. I'm so glad. With that, what I would like to say to you is this evening, your time, Dr. Pragya Jain, she is absolutely great. She did a Namokar mantra, which is very beautiful, very enlightening. So I want to thank her. And my talk is kind of practical application of ahimsa. And why I chose that for many, many reasons. That number one, I don't know how many of you have been following in this country, especially in the Western world. And the Western world, we talk about quite a lot in the media, sexual harassment of women. It is a very, very big subject. And I have seen that over 55 years, how sexual harassment, it goes on all over the world. But in America and in the Western world, it becomes a big news. And even to the extent that yesterday, the very powerful, the governor of the state of New York, Andrew Cuomo, he was found guilty by 11 women who testified about sexual harassment when he is governor. So he had to resign. And these things are becoming much more common, much more visible, how women are treated by men. Many times we talk of human rights, but in my opinion, human rights means men's rights, not women's rights. So this my talk is about that women need, the Jains need to participate in the dialogue about women emancipation, women rights. And the strange thing is that these kind of discussion, these kind of dialogue don't take place. We talk about many other things, but we do not talk about how women are treated within the society, within the Jain itself. About 8-9 years ago, there was a 3-day seminar at Claremont School of Theology just on this topic. But I would request to Shuganji and many other people that we should concentrate and hold more and more dialogue on women emancipation, women rights. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I say, why women emancipation? They constitute half of the population of the human beings. They are the most important people of portion of our community. There is family, and they give them some scars. For generation and most faith on earth, women have been just more moralist and more religious than men. Anywhere you go, in any organization, in any temple, you will find more women who are more moral. Women are compassionate and peace-loving. You cannot say that about men. Nearly all wars in human history have been started by men and hardly by women, but they have been started many times for women. So when they have such a high, beautiful characteristics, they deserve highest respect, honor, and status in this society. But the truth is that women have been most abused human species on earth. Next. What happens when we give emancipation rights to women, treat them equally? And this has been my subject for the last at least 10 years. I think about it. When women are treated with equal respect and their fundamental rights are protected, their children and families benefit. And when they benefit, then the whole society, the whole community, the whole world benefits. So if we treat women respectfully, with honor, with their equal rights, the whole world benefits. Next. Next, please. So, guided by the emphasis and practice of IMSA for all humans and non-humans, more than many communities in the world, Jains have been way ahead. I'm not saying they were model example, but they are way ahead in treating women with respect and equality. And they have some women have some rights in Jain community, and there is more emancipation for women than any other community that I know of. Next. But throughout the history of human race, women have been treated just like objects or commodities with inferiority, torture, disdain, and with discrimination. And many times in the scheme of practically women have no rights to life, liberty, justice, happiness, freedom, and even to their own body. Is it not hinsa? Is it not cruelty? And if I can go back and very quickly tell you that it was not, it was very, only 250 years ago, 300 years ago, that when we talk of a human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, women were being sacrificed in sati traditions in India. What more can we even think of the cruelty to women? Next. So women have been treated property of men, and men, when they have property, they accumulate, they exhibit power, wealth, status, affluence, and they were sold and traded openly. Women, we talk of slavery. Women were most subjected to slavery, tortured, abused, and they had no right of any kind. And this goes on even today in many countries, many communities, even today, my friend. Next. Stop crime to women. This is from India, of course. These are when rape takes place, these kind of processions. But crime to women goes on every day, every minute, all over the world. Is my conscience bothered by it? Next slide, please. Prior to and during Bhagwan Mahavir time, there was rampant himsa and cruelty of all kinds in the society. In the puja, worship, havan, yajna, sacrifice, food, clothing, transport, custom, tradition, you can see the scope of himsa. 1 to 5 cents mobile being, polygamy, prostitution in society were very rampant. Our books are full of prostitution. Thousands of women used to be bought and sold for sex and were slave to the kings and kingsmen always, before Mahavir, even some extent after Mahavir. Next. So Mahavir saw that this is nothing but pure himsa. How can we talk of himsa to 1 cent and 2 cents and 3 cents, but not talk of himsa to 5 cents human being? And when Mahavir saw this, he said something must be done. So he was the biggest crusader. Something we need to bring out. Dr. Zindas, he talked about where Jainism fits into the scheme of things. We need to bring out that we be the exponent. We should be the leader. We should be talking about that ahimsa to any kind of cruelty to women is not acceptable. Next. So let me just share, when I'm talking only 80 years ago, how women were being treated at my time when I was born, of course, in one part of India. They had very little say and rights in financial matters, no right to parental property in India, no financial security to a widow. And if a woman became a widow, she was a kind of destitute. Okay, they were covered from head to toe in parda systems, in home delivery for after pregnancy, by uneducated, unhygienic midwives, and a lot of deaths. There used to be quite a lot of deaths during pregnancy, during delivery of the women, and many times of the child as well. Hardly any women in position of power at that time that I know of. There were few with Mahatma Gandhi, but not many. Victims of dowry and its lifelong menace and torture. It was there and still goes on. There is a high rate of suicide among women, as I've read. Next. This was not too long ago, only 8 years ago. And when I was born, gender selection and abortion as a result, now and more boys than girls, always preferable, the boys more, okay? And now more and more means of gender selection and abortion. So more abortion take place these days in hospitals as well as in homes. Preference to produce a male offspring. Otherwise, very little respect to women in the household, and nobody ever blamed the men. It was always the women who did not give birth to a boy, to male. Women could not attend funerals even of their own husbands. They were not allowed to go to the crematorium. Okay, what a pity. Not allowed to participate in wedding. I'm talking when I was born, so I'm not talking 2,000 years ago. I'm sure many of these things were there. There were very few schools and colleges for women, for girls then. Not allowed to vote, not allowed to touch pritamas and do prakshas and Digambar Jain traditions. Okay, okay. I say, why not? Not allowed to study, and education of girl was not even encouraged. This was when I was born. Next. And due to lack of education, women, when I went to IIT Kharagpur more than 60 years ago, there were no girls in my engineering class. All my professors were male, and I'm sure Shuganji can probably say the same thing. And same was true probably in many professions. So they were barred from many professions at that time by the society in a way. And very few women were in jobs and business, and hundreds of such examples, many more such. So highly male-dominated society it has always been. Next. So what did Bhagwan Mahavir do? So Bhagwan Mahavir started an action-oriented plan. And there was a lot of opposition, but he was a fearless leader. He had to do something. So what did he do 2,500 years ago? Next. Next slide. He preached and inspired for the elimination of slavery to women. And he planned to give, and he did, women honor, respect, recognition, emancipation, and equal rights to women. He taught that both men and women are equal and no acts of violence should be committed towards any living being. When we say all jivas are equal, that means women are equal. He was the first one to talk about and gave women rights and emancipation. Today we talk about women's rights, we talk about animal rights. How nice it is that we talk about that Bhagavan Mahavir did all of those things 2,500 years ago. Next. So the Panch Mahavrat, okay, these are very essential. These are commandments, like 10 commandments, Jainism. And in that he added the 5th vow of celibacy, brahmacharya. People just only give small meaning of celibacy. And you will see what I mean. Brahmacharya, by adding, was a much bigger tool for Bhagavan Mahavir than just celibacy only. Next. Next slide, please. So out of the 5 Mahavrata, 5th one was added by Bhagavan Mahavir. It was not there before. Why did he add those? Bhagavan Mahavir added to do the emancipation of women. That was the reason, not purely for celibacy. That was a very small meaning. And I can give a long talk on that one, but not right now. So before that, women were part of the parigraha, property, ownership. Men could do anything when you have ownership. Next. He proclaimed that women are not men's property. And what did he do? He accepted and ordained Chandan Bala as the head of 36,000 nuns in his sangh. Earlier, Chandan Bala had been a slave, tortured and sold several times. So she was a slave. And he made this Chaturvid Sangh, in which he gave equal power and respect to the Shravikas and Sadhvis. Okay? I don't think it was there before in that fashion. Next. Next slide. Thousands of women used to be sold. So he stopped women trafficking. And my friends, with the help of Chandan Bala, it's my calculation in some way that he saved a large number of women and probably as many as 30,000. Chandan Bala was not the only one. She was the first one. And through the help of Chandan Bala, he saved 30,000 women from slavery and ordained them as nuns in his sangh. And what a beautiful thing. When you make a slave overnight and make her a sadhvi, what a great respect and honor and reverence you give to that person overnight, just within a, so that's what Bhagavan Mahavir did. Next. So same thing happened in his Chaturvid Sangh, 36,000 sadhvis, 4,000 sadhus, 2.5 times. 144,000 Shravak, 364,000 female. Okay, so 2.5 times. Next. He was the first one to talk women's rights and women emancipation. And along with eliminating himsa to animals, in Yagya Havan, Mahavir also worked equally hard and even probably more hard to give respect to women, to reduce himsa to women. This is an aspect we need to bring out. Next. So what did he do? He gave women a voice, respect, dignity, equal rights, freedom from torture, emancipation, and women empowerment. Next. So Gandhiji, and he had this Sarvodaya movement, and in that he worked for the emancipation of women. And Gandhiji came up with a beautiful word for Dalits, for untouchables. He called them Harijan. So overnight he enhanced their status. And I would say that Bhagavan Mahavir did the same thing by a vow of brahmacharya. Do not limit brahmacharya only to celibacy. That is absolutely demeaning to a great extent. It was purely, in my opinion, for the emancipation of women. That how can you have Brahma and Acharan? How can you live in Brahma in Acharan unless you give emancipation, equal rights to women? Okay, next. So recent moment, let me just share with you in my lifetime in 80 years, how much things have changed. So there's a light at the end of the tunnel in the Jain community. Next. So Acharya Tulsi not long ago. He probably died only 20, 25 years ago. I met him many times. He was a Jain revolutionary Acharya, a fearless and visionary social reformer and engineer. He preached for the education of women, which was not there much before. Okay, not in my time when I was born. He worked to stop parda and long and painful mourning celebration on the death of a husband by a widow. For 1 year, a widow had to be in the state of mourning and put in one corner of the house. In spite of strong opposition resistance to change by the Sangh elder, he gave equal honor, status, and place to women in the workings of Terapan Sangh, and he never wavered. He established the institution of equal care for the sick and the old, sadhus and sadhus equally. I don't find that the same tradition in the other three traditions of Jainism, but in at least in Therapanthi, the women, male and female, sadhu and sadhus, they are treated equally when they become sick. He established the order of semi-sadhus and sadhus, summons and summoners with equal status. And I see here, even in this symposium, 2-3 summonees are there. I couldn't have figured that out 100 years ago or 80 years ago that they will be there. Next. Amar Muni ji and Acharya Chandana ji, these are very, very recent things. Sadhvis of compassion of Virayatan, seva during natural calamities, helping others, educational schools in Adivasi areas, medical facilities, and strong emphasis. All women are doing, women sadhvis are doing. Okay, this was not the case even 50 years ago. Next.
Please conclude.
Yeah, a few minutes more.
5 more
okay.
minutes.
So let's see how the Jain community is today. Jain highest literacy rate among all Indian society is within Jains. 94% Jain men are literate and 90% women are, as opposed to 53% of the women in Hindu communities are educated. What a change it has taken place in 50 years. 2 to 2.5 times more women sadhvis than men even today. What it was Bhagwan Mahavir's time, it is the same thing today. Women enjoy higher status and respect than in their communities. Within Jain community, they do. And much higher number of Jain women are today in law, judiciary, education, medicine. They are physicians, business, author, writer, arts, music, corporate world. What a change it has taken place. When you give them respect, when you give them honor, when you give them education, they're administrators, they're in politics. Women can freely enter all places of Jain worship. It is still not today in Hindu and Sabrimala temple in Kerala. I know there have been fights going on for the last 800 years. Women cannot enter at some period in their life into that temple, but not in Jainism. Okay, so I'm not trying to brag here, but Jains have been thinking in that area. Next. Let me just share with you about Jaina here, a Jain community in America. In Jaina, several women occupy positions of directors, chairpersons of several committees, members, Jaina Executive Committee, they are women. Lata Ben Chamsi, she served as president of Jaina 2009 to 2011. Why I'm saying all this? These kind of things must happen, should happen within the Jain communities, all 4 traditions in India as well. Several Jain endowed academic positions in academia have been started by women, just like Mohini Jain endowed chair at UC Davis. Alka Dalal endowed postdoctoral positions at Rutgers University. 6 female members of Jaina are members. 6 female members are members. 6 female members are academic liaison committee members. These are female. And another good thing is 4 female academicians are teaching Jainism at Rice University, at Claremont School of Theology, at UC Davis, and UC and other places. In fact, I think number is more than 4, probably is 5. And many women are becoming big in philanthropists. Next. So my whole message is that women emancipation with Jain should be up in the front. We have just made a beginning. We are not there. It should become our slogan. Okay, and we should be leading the world. We should be sharing this, that we Gen stand for, Ahimsa stands for women emancipation, and we are going to make that further inroads within our community with others. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Suganbhai. Jai Jalan.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Iyer, let somebody else ask the question, please, first. You will have a turn later on. Is there anybody else who would like to ask questions with Dr. Jain? Okay, then Dr. Robert Jaindes. Dr. Pandey, please bring Robert Jaindes.
Dr. Pandey, please read that. I was not reading. Huh?
Yes, sir. It's a remark. The comparably favorable position of women in the Jain community has to do with the basic Jain view of what life is. The core of each individual is the Jiva, consciousness, and everything else, including sex, is external, not essential to the Jiva because it is caused by karma. This is a view of humanity which Jain thinkers could discuss with non-Jains.
Well, that's a very good observation, Dr. Zindbas. And I think, yes, everybody is a Jew in a different body. That's all it means, okay? But they have the same feeling. They have the same pleasure. And they have the same, they also feel the same pain or pleasure. So I think women must be treated. That was my whole message. And again, I keep on emphasizing, I gave a similar talk, a much bigger talk about 2 weeks ago within the Jain community. They listened to my talk, but there was not a single, comment that, yes, we should be talking about this. We should be doing something about it. How come women are not treated equally? I'm very pained to say that women are still not treated equally. Even within the Jain community, I'm not talking about so women do respect that position and that status and that equality in all in everything we do. Okay, that's all I would like to make. People, we should not just put it under the carpet. And again, I said last week when I gave a talk 2 weeks ago, people just listen and say, hey, this is the way it is. No, this and that. In fact, Western world has made much more progress in giving right to women than we people in India have.
Okay, Professor Iyer. Dr. Pandey, please bring Professor Iyer.
Subhash,
sir.
I see a couple of hands here.
Dr. Iyer, please. Yes.
Sir,
sorry to keep you waiting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes, I just completed. Sir, thank you very much for your excellent presentation about the present position of the women in the world. But as far as India is concerned, my opinion is that I partly agree with you and partly disagree with your kind self because, the government of India has introduced POCOSO, that is prevention of pornography, sexual assault and harassment, protection of women, girls, children from Sexual Offences Act of 2012 has taken place around, and many persons have been, imprisoned or given death sentences even. The government of India is just thinking about 33% allocation in the parliament. And you would be wondering that in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government, there are 28 women ministers. Hats off to him and credit goes to him that he's giving importance for the women part. And thirdly, participation in the government has been given, and equal rights for women in placement of jobs across the length and breadth of this country. This is what I would like to emphasize and share my perception with you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Srinivas, first of all, thank you for making the comments. And yes, a lot of things are being done, have been done within India in the Indian Constitution to give a right to women. But laws are different. Laws take time to assimilate in the community, in the society, to change their behavior. So yes, a lot of change has taken place, and you mentioned there are a lot of women in the as cabinet ministers, which is a great thing. I'm glad. But I think within this society, we need to do a lot more. Just give you one example. I think the dowry was banned. Dowry tradition was banned legally many years ago, 50 years ago. But the dowry tradition still goes on within some sections of the communities. You see, it's 100 times worse than it was when I was born. Okay, so those kinds of evils we must take care of. So constitution and law is one thing, but the society, how it accepts, okay, that we need to move together in those front. That's all I want to say. We are not there yet. We have made a beginning.
Sir, there is a remark by Arti Bapat in chat box.
I see Subhash, his hand is up.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Anybody else?
I think there is a remark by Miss Arti Bapat in chat box. Arti ji, are you there?
Ajit Das ji.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Sulekji, I just wanted to say, even before Bhagwan Mahavir, there have been Tirthankaras who formed the fourfold Sangha. So that means women were very much a part of the Sangha even before, Mahavir, Bhagwan Mahavir formed his Sangha. So I think this practice is, is earlier to Mahavir's time as well.
I'm glad you corrected me, Arti Bahan.
Yeah.
I always heard that Bhagwan Mahavir started Chaturvid Sangh. That's all. So my ignorance. Thank you.
I think it was the qualification of a Tirthankara to actually form the Sangha. So I think, the antiquity goes even earlier is what I would think, Sulekji. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Surek bhai, thank you very much.
Sir, I think we should invite Professor Subhash Garais.
अब टाइम हो गया है भाई, उसको बुला कौन है, जल्दी बुलाइए.
Yes. Dr. Subhash.
चलेगा क्या?
Hello.
Yes, please
Can
go
you
ahead.
Yes. Okay. So in one of my book, while going through Jainism, in one of my book, I have read that one line I have read about Digambar tradition, that it was written that Digambar tradition, no woman can emancipate. That means cannot take liberation without being born, without taking birth as a man. So my question is, how could Professor Sulekhan Jain ji could to him only? How could you address this line, sir? Please.
Okay, so Subhash ji, to that I would say, leave the moksha and the mukti at a different time or a different level. How we treat women today, okay, in the society, in our daily life. If we don't treat women, we don't get good karmas, okay. So for a woman, okay, there are many other ways of going to moksha. She can do a good karmas in this life, become a man in the next life, and then can go to moksha. So it's not completed. The women will never be allowed to go to moksha. So let's just leave those aside, those philosophical differences between the two sects. Let's come down to the level of how women are treated. We are stuck with this. Women cannot go to moksha. Who is going to moksha today? Nobody. In this time. No. So we get bogged down into these things rather than looking at the status of women. So that's not very practical, please. Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much,
yeah,
everybody. Sulek bhai, I'll just tell you some of the characteristics of Jain women, because we have been doing a lot of projects and seminars on Jain women. Unfortunately, Professor Prakash Jain is not here. Otherwise, I would have asked him to come and talk about this. I will give you some corrective.
Professor Prakash is here with us. Professor Prakash is here with us.
So Prakash, why don't you come on screen and say something rather than I say? Prakash?
Prakash sir, please unmute yourself.
Is it?
Okay, let me
Yes,
say
sir.
then, Prakash, will you talk about the traits, some of the traits of Jain women vis-a-vis Hindus and others?
Prakash sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay, let me say, he will take time. And, Sulekh Bhai, there are some traits in Jain women which show equality of men and women. Number one is Jain women never practice sati pratha. Instead of sati pratha, they became sadhvis for improving their life, this life and next life. So this is a big difference. Second thing, unfortunately, is they never say Pati Parameshwar. Pati. Okay. Third thing is Karwa Chauth is not celebrated by most Jain women because it is, making Pati the Parameshwar, so it's out. And like these are so many. And the last common thing that I would say is about religion, Dharam Patni. Wife is always called Dharam Patni because she is the promoter of religion. It is not the man. So women have been at the forefront. And women have been a sign of love, care, and service. And these are the factors of ahimsa, which are common to today's seminar of peace and harmony in the society. Okay, so thank you very much, for your talk.
The only thing I would suggest is that those are great, and we need to have more and more seminars on these subjects.
I have noted that. Okay, I will just give you a small half slok about women. Yatra naryasya pujyante ramante tatra devta. Okay, so that's the harmony, peace and harmony.
But not puja in the temple, puja outside. Okay.
पूजन यत्र नार्यस्य पूज्यन्ते जहाँ नारियों की पूजा होती है.
Yes.
Okay,
thank you
very much. Okay. Now I come to the next topic. Next speaker, Professor Andrew Bridges. He is a dear alumni of ISJS. I think he has been to ISJS most of all the alumni. We are honored to have you as a faculty member and a speaker for this. And he has chosen a very important subject, Anekavant and secularism, which I think are synonymous. But let us hear his version of Anekantvad and secularism. So Andrew, welcome.
Greetings, everyone. Good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you're at. And I'm very honored for this invitation to speak. So this is only, this is exactly 20 minutes, so I will get started right now. My topic is Anekantavada and secularism. And I begin with Socrates, but as a comparison. So the introduction, Anekantavada, as a guide, method, or template to critical thinking. If somehow given the opportunity, I often wondered if I would engage in conversation with Socrates. I imagine that a discussion with Socrates on important issues such as the nature of truth or morality might demonstrate to me that I do not grasp ideas as clearly as I thought I did. After the oracle at Delphi explained that there was no one wiser than Socrates, Socrates understood this statement to mean that he was the wisest because he realized his ostensible profound ignorance, whereas others did not realize theirs. There's some debate on that. Many who engage Socrates in conversation witness their ostensible knowledge transform into profound ignorance as Socrates oscillated between two simple questions that he repeatedly posed to them. The first question, what exactly do you mean by that? The second question, What evidence do you have for your claim? Summaries in general. Perhaps a conversation with Socrates would cause me to seek better justification for the ideas that inform my knowledge, which to many is an intellectual activity that captures the essence of critical thinking and has its intellectual roots in the practices of Socrates. On the other hand, a conversation with Socrates could result in the conclusion that what I formerly thought to be knowledge, I might now consider ignorance, and I consequently might have to change my views and conduct. It seems a hypothetical conversation with Socrates, and one of the ramifications could result in radical change to my knowledge, views, and conduct. When we consider the academic merit of the study of Socratic dialogue and method, the application with the largest scope in college and university courses is as a guide, method, or template to critical thinking courses. However, when Socratic dialogue is modeled as a guide for critical thinking, such as in books Thinking Socratically or Think with Socrates, the emphasis is not on the ostensible profound ignorance, which Socrates purports from time to time. Rather, the emphases are three. One, on understanding and appreciating the views of others in relation to one's own view. Two, on providing justification for one's own view and argument, given counter-arguments and opposing viewpoints. And three, on communicating in a respectful way that does not cause harm or distress to those you are in dialogue with, but rather through a shared rationality brings greater knowledge and understanding to both perspectives of the discussion. With these emphases stressed as a guide for critical thinking, I want to consider how the approach to critical thinking might be enriched if we were to ground it in and model it in contemporary understandings of Anekantavada. In doing so, I want to explore the idea that Anekantavada, particularly when understood as a guide for critical thinking, can be understood as a nuanced form of secularism, but also as an aspect of religion that helps us to sustain the pluralism within secular democracies made up of religiously diverse groups of individuals, a pluralism that is necessary for the enrichment of both critical thinking and democracy. Contemporary reflections, elaborations, and applications of Anekantavada have demonstrated a manifold relevance, and I'd like to focus on four interrelated aspects in current scholarship. The first would be Anekant's compatibility with and openness to pluralism. The second, Anekant's rejection, philosophical rejection of moral relativism. The third is Anekant's nuanced description of secularism in the context of secular democracies. And the fourth is Anekant's supportive features to maintain, preserve, and strengthen Jain identity and values. I suggest that aspects 2 and 4 could provide grounding for the ongoing enrichment of critical thinking for the individual, and that 1 and 3 aspects 1 and 3, could provide philosophical groundwork for the ongoing enrichment of secular democracy, and that all 4 characteristics support each other. With respect to Anekant's compatibility with pluralism, Jeffrey D. Long explains that in his work, Jainism and Introduction, that, quote, any attempt to interpret religions and philosophies pluralistically as elements of a larger, more encompassing worldview, just like parts of the elephant felt by the blind men, inevitably involves some distortion, some epistemic, quote, violence, especially if they, the other individuals, do not see themselves as expressing parts of the truth, but the whole truth. But if one acknowledges, as Haribhadra Suri Ramakrishna or Gandhi, that there is wisdom to be found in all traditions, but one also wishes to avoid an indiscriminate relativism, it is hard to conceive of an alternative to some kind of religiously pluralistic worldview. Later, he continues, the Jain doctrines of relativity recommend themselves, I believe, to those who are committed to religious pluralism due not only to their internal consistency, but also to the fact that they allow for minimal distortion of the claims of the world's religion, end quote. Acknowledging this fact as Long does, that many do not see their religions or philosophical views as part of a larger encompassing worldview, but rather as the worldview itself, may allow for a universal relevance of Anekantavada to be in its critical thought and analysis of the views of others. The initial aspect of the universal relevance regarding critical thinking appears to be both that pluralism is acknowledged and that individuals with disparate worldviews can discuss them with each other critically and respectfully. Commenting on Anekant's compatibility with pluralism, but with the emphasis on its stance against moral relativism, and Vallely, in her article Anekant, Ahimsa, and the Question of Pluralism, explains that, quote, it has been argued that a truly pluralistic approach is a logical impossibility, that some criteria of truth are essential to all worldviews. Pluralism therefore becomes either a form of moral relativism or another form of religious exclusivism. She explains that, quote, Anekant is a way out of this epistemological quagmire and that a genuine pluralist view is possible without lapsing into moral relativism or exclusivity, end quote. Anekant has the practical dimension to its embrace of pluralism and rejection of moral relativism. Vallely explains that, quote, the aim of pluralism and relativism is to give permission to diversity and difference, to see in others diverse signs of our, quote, divinity. Anekantavada goes beyond this. It does not merely give permission, in quotes, to diversity, it ideally mandates an encounter with it. It is only through exposure to other ways of being will a fuller picture of reality emerge, end quote. And that's the idea of a fuller exposure through exposure to other ways of being is sort of what I want to stress in this aspect. Commenting on the concept of Anekant in our present day social context, Kamala Jain compares Anekant to a nuanced understanding of secularism. Jain explains that, quote, in modern social context, there cannot be a better interpretation of Anekant than secularism. It is the modern social philosophical definition of Anekant, end quote, which Jain defines as, quote, respect for all religions. Describing secularism as ideally embodied in the secular state, Jain explains that, quote, a secular state protects all religions equally and favors none at the expense of others. The state recognizes equal rights and privileges and duties as belonging to all citizens, irrespective of their religion or caste, end quote. There is a variety of concepts of secularism, and their differences are worth exploring, particularly because I want to suggest they intimate slightly different environments for critical thinking. Kamala Jain's suggestion regarding the interpretation of Anekant as secularism appears most related to what Richard King describes in the text Orientalism and Religion as Indian secularism, which he contrasts to what is referred to by Robert Bella and John Milbanks as militant secularism, as well as with American secularism and notions of non-specific civil religion. I suggest that the concept of secularism formulated anthropologically through reflections on its genealogies or instantiations, such as by Talad Asad and Saba Mahmud, can also be contrasted with Jain's interpretation. King defines Indian secularism as, quote, taken from contemporary Indian politics and influenced by Indian reformers such as Mohandas Gandhi and Swami Vivekananda, and bases itself upon the principles of Sarvadharma Samabhava, which is, he says, loosely translated as let all religions prosper. Continuing to describe this type of secularism, Jain explains that it does not mean indifference to religion, nor does it mean opposition to religion. It only means that the state as such does not identify itself with any one particular religion, and not only tolerates but appreciates every religion. Mahmud, I find, appears to ostensibly agree with aspects of Jain's concept of secularism, but sees it as it relates to the state as having an almost ubiquitous role in organizing the structure of religious liberties. She, Mahmoud, explains secularism in the following way, stating that she, quote, conceptualizes political secularism in the modern state's sovereign power to reorganize substantial features of religious life, stipulating what religion is or ought to be, assigning its proper content and disseminating concomitant subjectives, ethical frameworks, quotidian practices. Secularism in this understanding is not simply the organizing structure for what we regularly take to be a priori elements of social organization, public, private, political, religious, but as a discursive operation of power that generates these various spheres, establishing boundaries and suffices them with content such that they come to acquire a natural quality for those living within the terms, end quote. The worry contained in the insight concerning secularism, this insight by Mahmoud, and secular democracies is that the amount of pluralism a society is able to experience and foster must be mediated by the power of the state, a power greatly influenced by the religious majority within a society. The influence of the religious majority also makes their particular norms and laws appear more natural and less in need of justification than those of the religious minorities. Whereas a, quote, secularism from nowhere would suggest equal justification for every norm and law, even when there is the coincidence of overlapping consensus. In the article, Equal Treatments of Culture and the Limits of Postmodern Liberalism, Jürgens Habermas speaks to this disparity in justification, referring to it as the, quote, unreasonable asymmetrical effects of general laws that inhibit religious freedoms of religious minorities in secular democracies and the court rulings and legal actions taken to correct them.
Dr.
Some examples.
Please conclude. Please conclude. Oh. 5 minutes more. Okay.
Thank you. Habermas explains that some of these laws are Sikhs are permitted to wear their turbans on motorcycles and carry their ritual daggers in public. Muslim women and girls may wear their, quote, headscarves in the workplace and school. Jewish butchers are permitted to slaughter livestock and poultry according to their kosher methods, end quote. Habermas also cites similar federal court, constitutional court of Germany rulings for the freedoms of Jehovah's Witnesses. When reflecting on the nature of these laws, Habermas explains that, quote, although these rulings seem to involve an exception to general laws concerning traffic safety, animal protection, and so on, interpreting them as exceptions to rules misleadingly suggests a dialectic in the idea of equality. In fact, these decisions are simply the logical consequence of the fact that Sikhs, Muslims, and Jews enjoy the same religious freedom as the Christian majority. They are not the matter of the mysterious inversion of the particular, only trivial instances of basic rights taking priority over ordinary laws of public safety regulations, end quote. These examples provided by Habermas concerning the equal enjoyment of basic rights within a secular setting provide, I want to suggest or pose the question, concrete examples of what Kamala Jain means when identifying Anna-Kant with secularism and with the idea of respect for all religions, not favoring any one religion and letting all religions prosper. The worry contained in Mahmoud's insight concerning secularism still remains, though, and one might wonder whether Mahmoud's insights demonstrates the absence of Anna-Kantavada as a form of critical thinking in the members of society. If we examine how the concept of secularity is described by Mahmoud, we find her to explain that, quote, secularity constitutes the epistemological and cultural ground of the basis, on the basis of which religious claims can be authorized and validated, end quote. This quality of secularity can be problematic because it aids to the goal of secularism, which Mahmoud argues is a statist project that aims to make religious difference inconsequential in politics while at the same time embedding majority religious norms in state institutions, laws, and practices, end quote. Such an epistemological ground was, if such an epistemological ground was complemented by the ontological structure of Anna-Kant as secularism itself, this problematic nature may abate because all religious norms would be critically thought about in equal measure. If we return to the analogy of the blind man and the elephant, we observe the necessity in the appreciation of each of these perspectives and how the many-sidedness is ontological in nature from the Jain perspective. This idea provides groundwork for the idea that the ontological nature of pluralism should be reflected in the secularity of the society, and that such forms of secularism as militant secularism or American secularism may prematurely rush to the exclusionary correspondence theory of truth while sacrificing the ontological structure of pluralism and attempts at, but no guarantee of coherence. Lastly, if we consider the fourth aspect or feature of Anna Kant, which is described by Melanie Barbato in her article, Anna Kant and Dialogical Identity Structure as Dialogical Identity Construction. Barbato explains that, quote, the teachings of Anna Kant allow Jainas to both engage with other views constructively and to maintain a coherent sense of self. Barbato describes her argument as being that, quote, Anna Kant allows Jainas to open up to other discourses from complex philosophical to religious tolerance to empirical science, while also allowing them to strengthen their own standpoint, which remains its fundamentals unchanged and non-negotiable, end quote. With this final component of Anna Kant described, we can imagine how our secular sensibilities towards a concept like critical thinking could change slightly grounded in Anna Kantavada. If we bring the analogy of the blind man and the elephant into the space of secularism, the ecumenical secular insight might be that although one sincerely believes their perspectives adequate in the larger pluralistic environment, these perspectives may be inadequate, but have the potential for adequacy if critically justified in the larger pluralistic context. And in the larger pluralistic context, through much reflection, critical thinking, identity is formed and not lost. So thank you very much. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to present here.
Thank you very much for a very, very detailed discourse on Anekantavada and secularism. We are open for questions. Please raise your hand so that we can bring you in the discussions. Anybody who would like to talk to Dr. Bridges? Okay, Dr. Bridges, let me ask one question. Two questions I have in mind. The definition of secularism. Is it related to human beings or to all living beings in today's context?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. I would argue that it would depend on what type of religions are informing it, and that was sort of part of what I was putting forward. If we have secularism either as in some way contrasted to or supplemented with a particular religion or a philosophical way of thought, such as Cartesian dualism, then it would obviously not apply to animals at all. Whereas if we were to contrast it, say, with Jainism or with Buddhism, it would definitely apply to all life forms in the Jain context. The interesting thing would be when you start to get plurality in the voting population and in the policy making, how we might understand the difference. And that's kind of when I thought that utilizing Anekantavada as a form of critical thinking, much like we've done already with Socratic dialogue, might allow us to debate that in a way that was constructive in society, as opposed to just maybe outvoting one another about whether it applied to all life forms.
I was more referring to the problems like climate change, global warming, deforestation, like the fires you see in California, wildfires growing all over. So there are, if you are talking of living beings, and if you include one sense or two sense living beings into this aspect, then it gives a bigger, Anyway.
Yeah. 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 No. Yeah. Yeah. My initial thought was more just maybe proposing a different structure. So in a variety of secular democracies, that type of question, how should we consider that, would get more traction than just essentially one person has their belief, another has a different one, and that's not discussed.
Professor Jayden-Boss, Srinath, can you please bring Dr. Jayden-Boss on the platform?
Yes, Professor.
I would like to make a small historical remark to clarify terminology here. What Kamala Jain said, that secularism means giving equal importance to all religions, is a typically Indian, specifically Indian legal definition. And this has nothing to do with the original meaning, the European meaning of secularism, which is derived from saeculum. Saeculum means the world. So secularism deals with what is worldly in opposition to what is religious, non-worldly. It's a typical European Christian idea that we have here two spheres of thought which are separated, which is very un-Indian. And this is why this word secularism was not understood in India and was reinterpreted in the way in which Kamala Jain uses it.
Thank you.
Andrew, do you have any comment on this?
No, well, thank you. Yeah, yeah, no, it is, we sort of reflect on the contrasting of them. I was part of the thought I was exploring is to sort of look at varieties of secular democracies side by side. Maybe if we just take three, like India, the States, Egypt, and sort of look at the similarities in thoughts and how a religious majority and a religious minority interact within the democracies. So yeah, my focus was how what we might say the worldly in one sense, and the varieties of religion within the secular democracies interact. And yeah, it seemed much more facilitating in James' understanding than aspects of the what was described as American secularism, or just the idea that has been described of dharma versus or in contrast to religion, in the sense that sometimes the Abrahamic religions have been described as believing in one as opposed to believing in multiples. But thank you for the clarification.
That has something to do with it. The Christianity and also Judaism and Islam, they share this common feature in religious studies. It's called the, in Germany, we call it the Abrahamische Absolutheitsanspruch. That is the Abrahamic claim to exclusivity, that only we have the complete truth and nobody else has. And this is an idea which is fundamentally un-Indian. This is one reason why this idea of the opposition between religious and worldly is un-Indian, which, as I already mentioned, led to this reinterpretation of the word secular. And we're dealing here actually with two radically different approaches to the question how to integrate religion into society. The original European idea of secularism, which started with the French Revolution, was to exclude religion, to say religion is something that is beyond discussion. It's a matter of purely personal belief. You can believe it or not, keep it outside of the public realm. Public life has nothing to do with your personal individual beliefs. And the Indian attitude, which I think is much more realistic, is to say every person has religious beliefs. Every person has ideas, a vision that goes beyond what is purely worldly. The whole of ethics is based on that, on transcending what is merely worldly. And the Indian constitution wanted to respect that every person has this purely natural religious tendency to think beyond the merely secular and to accommodate very different views. And this is something, again, which the average European or North American will not understand.
Yeah. Yeah. So, oh, I'm not. Is there still time? No, I want to. Yeah. One of my sort of philosophical endeavors is to explore, because in North America, in the States, for example, religion isn't. I mean, people. There's a religious majority, and religious beliefs influence all society, and so figuring out a way to have respect for all religions, but also to dialogue about it in maybe a hybrid sense of the word secular as a form of critical thinking, what was sort of part of my aim. I'm not sure entirely how we could merge the two concepts, but sort of introducing it as a critical thinking, which I think enhances democracy, I thought was sort of a way of going about doing it, but also showing perhaps some of the origins in the Jain concept of Anakantvada, noting that it definitely has changed over time.
Oh yes, and if I may make one last remark, because I know we're running out of time. Jaina authors have contributed very much to this kind of inclusivistic thinking. And there is a long tradition, and another student of mine has written his doctoral dissertation about that, of writings in which various religious systems are compared with each other, and the authors try to find a common ground, commonalities between different religions, different worldviews, so that they can talk with each other at all. And these are things like Haribhadra wrote his Shaddarshana Samuchaya. That kind of writing has a long tradition behind it in Jainism.
Okay, I think your point is very well taken, Professor Jaidenbas. We will discuss it maybe in the next or after this, towards the end of the seminar. I thank Professor Andrew Bridges for a very illuminating discussion. And keep it up. Next year we hold a seminar and we will think of you again on a different subject. Okay. Thank you very much. We are happy to see you, as a professor. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Mrs. Sushma Parikh, and she will talk on a very different subject today. She will talk on karma theory of Jains. A philosophical discourse develop virtues of glad acceptance and equanimity for social peace and harmony. I think this talk is going to give a totally different perspective. And Sushma, please go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
And we look forward to your.
Thank you so much, Shagunji, respected dignitaries and all the professors and brothers and sisters. Jai Jinendra. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, all the time zones. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me opportunity to be here and present my paper. I have presentations, so I'm going to share my screen. Okay, yeah, so the topic is Karma Theory, a philosophical discourse to develop virtues of glad acceptance and equanimity for social peace and harmony. This is dear to my heart, this topic. Sorry, it went on the way at the end. So we'll go through few slides on the karma theory, importance of doctrine of karma, why we need to know the karma. Then what is karma, karma bondage, types of karma and effect, and then we'll get down to how karma theory or how the application of karma helps us to bring peace and harmony in society. Let me see if I can put in the presentation mode. Can you see all this, or should I put in the presentation mode? I think it's fine. Okay, so why we need to know karma? Like, we see a lot of diversity and we see a lot of differences in the society. We see some students doing very well in the class while others struggle. We see some earn money easily while others struggle. Some live longer, some die at early age. So there is nothing but suffering in some people's life while others enjoy their life. So why there is such a contrast? But if we understand the karma theory, then I think we can understand why certain things happens. Until we go into details of that, it will be hard to explain that. So that's the external point of view. But internally, what is going on internally? The philosophy of Jainism that revolves around the major aspects of Jiv and the Ajiv, or the non-soul, the karma. In this aspect, I'm going to talk about more karma as a non-soul. So 9 fundamentals are based on these 2 basic aspects, Jiv, Ajiv, or soul, non-soul. And here we'll talk about how soul and the karma interact with each other and how we bring the karma and how it affects our life. So now from the time immemorial, our soul has been bonded with all these karmas. And because of that, we see all these things happening outside. So now our campaign is to free the soul from bondage. So we need to know how the soul and karma work together and what their interrelationship. And that's another purpose of learning the karma theory, so we can free our soul from the karmic bondage and attain the liberation. So this slide talks about basically what are the different types of karmic udgal, or the matter we have, and the varganas, called varganas. There are total 8 type of varganas, but out of that, I'm just going to talk about more karman vargana. That's where the soul and the karmic matter, they interact with each other and we bring the karma to ourselves. So what is karma? So the karman particles that are subtle, invisible, floating around in the universe, and they are in the pure form, and they are all over the place. And these karman particles are so subtle and so invisible that we cannot even see through the powerful microscope. But what happens is our likes and dislikes, our attachment and aversion work as a magnet, and to the mind, body, speech activity, and this glue of likes and dislikes, we attract these karman particles that are floating around us. And that's what the new karmas are formed. And basically, the reason that we have new karmas coming to ourselves continuously is because of our impure feelings of attachment and aversion. And now until we get rid of these karmas, until they're totally annihilated, until we totally destroy that, the true qualities of the soul is not realized. But this whole process of spiritual progression is nothing but to work on this karma, getting rid of karmas and attain the liberation. And that's the Siddha Bhagwan. There are some slides here. Carbon particles cannot be seen under microscope here. That's one of the things. And what is karma is nothing but the karman vargana, carbon particles is attached to the soul, is called the karma. Through our mind, body, speech activities and our likes and dislikes, or the passions, anger, ego, deceit, greed. When we exhibit those passions and we attract those carbon particles, and karmas are formed. So the two important terminology in karma theory that we need to know, and that is the gist of the whole karma theory, the bhav karma and the dravya karma. So dravya karma is the one that we talked about, karman vargana, carbon particles that get attracted to the soul. So those are still pudgal, that is still matter, and that has its own characteristics, but that gets attached to the soul and stays with the soul. So that is called dravya karma. And the bhav karma is nothing but the feelings of attachment and the aversion that resides within soul space, inside our soul pradesh. So that's where called the bhav karma. And because of that, we attract the karmas, and the dravya karmas are formed. And the dravya karma stays with us when it's manifested, when it comes to surface and give its fruit. That time, if we exhibit more of these feelings of attachment and aversion, we bring the new karma to ourselves. So that vicious cycle is continuing because of our ignorance. So the whole thing is to work on our attachment and realize that, hey, I'm exhibiting this attachment right now. I'm exhibiting that anger. I'm exhibiting that ego, deceit, greed. And if we can be aware of that and in the present, try to stay away from that, don't exhibit that bhav karma, the feelings, and then we will not have new karmas, new dravya karma, and that's where we break the cycle. So we will talk this dravya karma and bhav karma with respect to acceptance when we get to the how we apply this technique. So that's why I'm trying to put a little bit more emphasis on dravya karma and bhav karma. We'll go through now a little bit the karmic bondage process. So due to soul's delusion or ignorance, lack of self-restraint, unawareness, passions, activities of mind, body, and speech. As per Tattvartha Sutra, written by Acharya Shri Uma Swati Ji, it says in Adhyay 8, Sutra 1, Mithya darshan avirati pramad pashay yogaha bandha hetavaha. So how do we bring this karma to ourselves? How the karmic bondage happens? There are 5 reasons. Mithyatva, which is a delusion or ignorance. Avirati, lack of self-restraint. Pramad, unawareness. Negligence, who am I? What is my role? So we neglect our soul and we just go outside. So that is unawareness, that is unmindfulness. Pashay, passions, anger, ego, deceit, greed, and yoga, activities of mind, body, speech. These are the 5 doors. When we exhibit any of these things, we bring the karma to ourselves. And the most worst one is the mithyatva, the ignorance. Who am I? I don't know my true nature. And if I don't know, then I'm going to go external and derive my happiness from externally. And that's where we're going to bring the more and more karma to ourselves. Once we get rid of the mithyatva, once we have a right faith, that is a samyak darshan, our spiritual progress has started. The next one is the aspect of bondage. So once we bring the karma to ourselves, what happens? That time, there are 4 things happen. In the Tattvartha Sutra again, Adhyay 8, Sutra 4, Prakruti, Sthiti, Anubhav, Pradeshaha, Tad Vidaya. So there are 4 things happening. Prakruti Bandha. So that time, the karmas are decided. What type of karma I brought to myself? Every minute, every second, throughout the day, we are bringing, I'll talk about there are 8 karmas. Out of that, 7 karmas are continuously we are binding to ourselves. So when we bring the karma to ourselves, as a result of our passions, anger, ego, deceit, greed, and mind, body, speech activity, one of those 7 type of karma we are bringing to ourselves. And the Ayushya karma is the only one, it happens once in a lifetime. So that is the Prakruti Bandha. Pradesha Bandha, quantity of karma. How many karmas we going to bring to ourselves? That is based on the intensity of passions, anger, ego, deceit, greed. Intense the passion, we're going to bring more karmas, more carbon particles to ourselves, as well as the next 2, sthiti bandha, duration of attachment. It will stay with soul long time. Sthiti bandha means it will stay with the soul, and then when it manifests, it will give its fruit. So sthiti bandha, duration of attachment, and the anubhag bandha, which is the intensity of attachment. What that means is when the karmas are manifested, when it gives its fruit, that time how intensely it will give its fruit. That is decided by the anubhaga bandha. And sthiti bandha, anubhag bandha, they're directly proportional to the intensity of passion we exhibited when we brought that karma to ourselves. So it boils down to what kind of passion I'm exhibiting at every time, in every situation. So if we can understand, if we are aware what are my passions at that time, and if we can retract ourselves, if we can stay in the state of awareness and do not exhibit that, that's where we start breaking the cycle, and we start bringing the peace and equanimity to ourselves. So there are 8 types of main karmas. Again, Tattvada Sutra, Adhyay 8, Sutra 5, Adhyaha, Jnana, Darshan, Avaran, Vedaniya, Mohaniya, Ayushka, Nam, Gotra, Antarayaha. That's the Adhyay 8, Sutra 5. So what it says is there are 8 primary classes of karma. The 4 of them are called the destructive karma, and the other one is 4 are non-destructive karma. That is Ghati karma and Aghati karma. So under Ghati karma, we have knowledge obscuring karma, perception obscuring karma, energy, power obscuring karma, and the deluding karma, which are the destructive karma. What that means is it really destroys the attribute, the virtues of the soul. And that's where we have to work on. And the king of all this karma is the Mohaniya karma, or the deluding karma, which is nothing but those passions. I talked about anger, ego, deceit, greed, with different intensity. Anantanubandhi, Apratyakhani, Pratyakhani, and Sanjwalan. So there are total 16, and then 9 no kashai. So there are 25 conduct deluding karma and 3 faith deluding karma. So total 28, and that's what the whole spiritual progress is, nothing but working on that. Once we get rid of deluding karma, within 48 minutes, knowledge obscuring karma, perception obscuring karma, energy obstructing karma will go away. So the whole path is, and that's how closely it's related to the deluding karma, Mohaniya karma, and how, if we can understand that, and if we can apply to bring the peace and have harmony in the society, is nothing but working on our deluding karma, understanding those passions, and being aware of what is going on. The other 4 non-destructive karma, aghati karma, are pleasure and pain producing karma, vedaniya karma, lifespan determining karma, ayushya karma, physic determining karma, nama karma, and status determining karma, gotra karma. So these 4 are called non-destructive karma because they're associated with the body and our external association. It does not affect the nature of the soul. And we do not have to put any kind of effort to get rid of this non-destructive karma. All our effort is nothing but getting rid of this destructive karma, and that is also the deluding karma, the Mohaniya karma. Here talks about overall, the one picture showing soul as our entity, which is a pure soul. Right now, at this moment, I'm also pure, powerful, peaceful at this point also, but because not having that faith, and because I'm more influenced by karma and giving more credit to karma and my ignorance, I go outside, and that's why I have all these different types of karma. So if I travel from inside out, this is a soul, and these are all the 8 virtues, pure virtues of the soul: infinite knowledge, infinite perception, perfect faith conduct, then the power, bliss, eternity, formlessness, and the complete equality. Those are the virtues of the soul. Those are the attributes of the soul. But because of all the karmas that we have associated, like knowledge obscuring karma, because of that, we have incomplete knowledge. Because of the perception obscuring karma, we have incomplete perception. Because of the deluding karma, we have wrong or imperfect faith and conduct. Because of the infinite power obstructing karma, limited or the restricted use of energy. Then because of the feeling producing karma, we have sensual pleasure and pains. This is all whatever happening outside that we experiencing, we are exhibiting. It's what is outside here. Cycles of birth and death, transmigration because of the age determining karma. Because non-body determining karma, we have this body, we have senses, we have all the structure, all that thing is because of body determining karma, and the status, high-low status is coming from the status determining karma. So 4 are destructive, 4 are non-destructive. So we looked at that. So I won't go too much detail because of the time. So now we come down to the main topic, how we can apply this karma theory in our day-to-day life, in our practice. And one of the topic here is the glad acceptance. So what is glad acceptance? As we saw, the essence of karma theory, as we sow, so shall we reap. So it's me, I'm doing everything. Whatever I do, I get it back. So whatever I'm receiving today is my fruits of karma, that whatever I have done in the past, that's what I'm getting it now. There's nothing, no one is responsible. No one is really causing all these things, whatever I have, even though it sees that instrumental cause. Oh yeah, someone said something to me, someone did something to me. So we see that, but if we understand the karma theory, then we realize it's my own fruit. So with the firm conviction in the doctoring of karma and understanding the cause and effect, the acceptance of situation, event, people happens very, very easily. So for example, in unfavorable situation, I have a choice, we have a choice. Do I want to take revenge or to forgive, or do I forgive and accelerate my cleansing process? Or do I let go with understanding and practice glad acceptance? These are all choices I have. So if we are ignorant about karma theory, if we are ignorant about that why this happens to me, we will go out and we will look at whatever is happening outside. Oh yeah, I can see it very easily. They insulted me, they said something to me. Or no, they're giving me so much of man here. So all that thing, we just go with that and we try to execute based on the situation. But in reality, if we understand why this happens to me, then we can step back and try to cleanse ourselves, in either good or bad situation. So instead of reacting automatically, we can respond with love and compassion, with glad acceptance, so that love and compassion will start manifesting, because that's our true inherent nature. If we understand why this happens, if we let go with understanding, not by suppressing, not by pressure, but with understanding, then automatically the love and compassion, which is my inherent nature, will be manifested and it will be exhibited outside, and the glad acceptance will come. So glad acceptance is the key to handling life situation well. Because of that, what happens to us? We are elevated, we get positive energy, then we have peace and harmony, and happiness will just flow effortlessly. What will happen? The results of glad acceptance. So all the bad qualities will start going away and the virtues will start blossoming. What does that mean? So let's take some of the scenario here. If we have some undesired event, something happened to us, someone said something, insulted or something. So at that time, I have a choice. If I accept it with the state of tolerance, I display the state of tolerance, or do I want to exhibit the state of anger? If I say that, okay, this is all because of my past karma, I had some kind of relationship with that person or this event or that one, and I'm getting my fruit back. Whatever I did, I have thrown some black ball in the past, and that black ball is coming back to me. Now I have choice, do I want to throw the white ball or the black ball? So that's the undesired event. Same thing, uncertainty of life. We can say that, oh no, now we can turn into the fear. It can, if we don't accept that, otherwise it could be adventure for us. Bad behavior of others, we can hate that person or do something there, or if we can turn into forgiveness and have that love and compassion flow. Other success, when we see someone's other success, we can turn into jealousy, or we can take an inspiration from that and elevate ourselves and develop those virtues in ourselves. If I can inspire, if I can appreciate anumodana for someone else, then I will bring those virtues in myself. But now there is another thing, okay, that's fine. I can accept gladly and all that thing. But other aspect of it, will the glad acceptance lead to inactivity, the inert life? Will that happen? So whether glad acceptance in all situations will make my life inert? Is that a passive life? The enlightened one asks this question: what is the goal of our life? Are we going to bring peace and happiness to ourselves, or engage our mind, body, speech, and activities reacting to in every situation? So what is goal? Sure, we can do tit for tat and we can do whatever we want to do, or with understanding, hey, because of my karma coming to surface and giving its fruit, and if I continue exhibiting same behavior, then I'm going to go through this vicious cycle, and I will never bring peace and peace to myself. So if we have that understanding, then we will start, getting away from all the things happening and observing as a Gnata Drashta Bhav, or in equanimity, look at that, what's going on. So if we yearn to experience absolute peace, the indulgence in the activities of mind, body, speech will certainly reduce. And from spiritual perspective, this is a virtue and not dullness or the laziness. It's basically, we have to know what is my goal. And if my goal is to really cleanse myself, purify myself, so sure, the energy will come, automatically the understanding will come, and we'll start exhibiting accordingly. So the glad acceptance derived from the awareness of the self will result in peace and life full of happiness stemmed from within. That's the message. How the glad acceptance happen. Glad acceptance does not happen because of the under pressure, because someone is saying something to me and I have to do it. No. It's not because I have to do it. It's because I want to do it, because I want to bring that peace and happiness to myself. And if I am at the peace, all the people around me will have that peace also. It will spread, it will radiate. So it starts our journey with myself, understanding and exhibiting accordingly. So I have some quote from Pujya Gurudev Shri Rakesh Bhai. Rakesh Bhai is an ardent devotee of Srimad Rajchandra Ji, and Srimad Rajchandra Ji was a visionary who laid the foundations of spirituality for the new era. He was a self-realized saint, reformer of Jainism, and a remarkable poet philosopher of late 19th century. So he was a spiritual guide to Mahatma Gandhi. So Pujya Gurudev Shri has given some of the quote on the glad acceptance. I would like to just share those. Some of the things are, for glad acceptance, change your attitude. To change your attitude, change your concept. So it's coming down back to the faith.
Sushma, please conclude. Time has run out, so please conclude.
So this is my last slide. That's it.
Okay.
So timely equanimity leads to the powerful annihilation of karmas. And the other one is the only course of worry and complaint is a non-acceptance of what it is. Don't hide and justify or pretend, just accept your flaws to begin and accelerate the cleansing process. Some of these are really great quotes that will give us, awareness and give us energy to exhibit in the situation. So that's my last slide. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, Sushma ji, for a very enlightening presentation, especially the last 4 or 5 slides, in which you tried to, show action and reaction and response. And these are the differences. If we realize, they will contribute to the topic of the seminar, to develop peace and harmony, or we have arguments and wars and other things. So thank you very much. Now we are open. The house is open for questions or discussions with Sushma ji. Please raise hands. Anyone to interact with her?
Prakash sir.
Prakash ji?
Prakash sir, please unmute yourself.
Dr. Srinivas Iyer, always the first hand. Please let him come. Please bring Dr. Iyer on the platform. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Iyer, and speak.
Yes, sir. The question to the speaker, madam, is, madam, please tell me, how can I observe the evolution of my actions and their results, because observing is a long-term experience. For example, if you have an immediate result, such as displacing a rock, others are slower, planting a tree, for example. These actions require observance, but it is a long-term experience. How can I avoid such karmic particles in my life? Because life is shorter than the effect of the karma. I would request you to kindly, explain this, please.
Excellent question. Sure, we've been there since time immemorial, right? Anadi Karthi, we are there, and the soul has acquired so many karmas to ourselves. So how can I be right away go into the observation mode? How can I be right away in the Gnata Bhav? How can I do all these things? Because I have lots of karmas associated with me. So the answer to that is, sure, it is not going to happen overnight, but what we have to develop is the faith. Once we understand that, the reason why it happens to me is because of my own exhibition, because of my own behavior. So if we start step by step the process right now, it does not take that long. It's just a matter of having that faith. Who am I? What is my nature? Why it happens to me? And throughout the day, whatever situation is happening to me, I have a choice. If I right away stop there getting angry at the person, I see it, person is, insulting me. But now if I right there stop, don't we bring instant peace and bliss at that time? If it does, that means the transformation has started. It's happening right there. We don't have to say, oh, I have a lot of karma. How can I be in the Gnata Drashta Bhav is nothing but actually exhibiting that whatever is happening, the passions, whatever passions are happening to me at that time, if I can just be aware of that and just step away from that. So that means you already did that. Srimad ji said that Koti Varshanu Swapnapan Jagrat Thata Samay Tema Anadi Kalano Vibhav Durathai. So it just, we have to, in Swapna, when we are in the dream state, when we get up from the dream state, what happens? It's just that dream is gone, right? The same thing, we keep saying that, oh, how can I be observer? We take it the definition of observer in the absolute point of view. Oh, this is very hard. I cannot do it. How can I do that? But no, we have to start the basic things. What is in my hand at this point? How can I start my spiritual purification at this point? Not even spiritual purification, just day-to-day life. If I can want to bring the peace as everyone can experience, right? When the angry situation is coming to me, if I can just watch myself and don't exhibit that anger with understanding, we bring the peace. So that means I observe. I'm in this Gnata Bhav at that time. So that's where we start our journey. I don't think we should get bogged down with, oh, I have so many karmas. I don't know how I'm going to be Gnata Drashta Bhav. No, that's not the way. We don't want to think that then our journey will never stop. So the way we start is day-to-day, everyday situation, whatever is happening at that time, if we can be mindful, if we can be aware of the situation and don't exhibit those passions, we are in the observing mode. I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any more questions or comments, please?
Prakash sir.
कोई है?
हाँ प्रकाश सर कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे सर, प्लीज अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ.
उनको आता ही नहीं अनम्यूट करना, प्रकाश जी को अनफॉर्चुनेट.
Sir, you are not audible. Please unmute yourself, Prakash sir. Yes.
Am I? Okay. Thank you. Well, ma'am, the karma theory you talked about and its implications on social harmony or peace or day-to-day life even. This reminds me of a theory given by Dr. Hukamchand Bharel. I hope you I'm sure you know about that. How do you compare the details of these, two theories given by you and by Dr. Hukumchand Bharil? Would you say something about that? Thank you.
Hukumchand Bharil, if I understand correctly, is basically cause and effect, right? Cause and effect, and what is happening within ourselves. Basically, Gnata Drashta Bhav is more focused on the Nishchay point of view, absolute point of view. As a Gnata Drashta, every time whatever is happening, we can be in the Gnata Bhav. Here I talk more about the application point of view. How to be in the Gnata Bhav. So I gave some example and do it day-to-day life. So one is more of absolute point of view, other one is more of how as a spiritual aspirant can practice in day-to-day life. But then if you can go into details of Hukumji, he has explained more about based on the 9 reals. If you look at the 9 reals, each and everything, Jeev, Ajiv, Ashro, Bandha, Samvar, Nirjara, Moksha, and all that thing. He talked more how we get the Ashro and Dravya Karma and Bhav Karma. At that time, how do we distinguish what is Dravya Karma and what is Bhav Karma and what is our Mithya Manyata? He talked about more onto the right faith and the wrong faith. So he emphasized more on theory, try to get more at the Samyak Darshan, some right faith type of view. Here, I did not go into that much detail. I talked more about just the practical because the topic is how we can bring the peace and harmony using the karma theory. So mine is more of, I would say practical level, more of not getting into more in the theoretical and explaining everything because we had only 20 minutes to explain. But no, it's the same thing. The principle is same, right? We have to understand who am I, what is my nature, and what is happening in my soul, in my inner space, what is happening. That way, Hukumji has talked more in detail in the soul territory, what happens and how we can separate, stay in the Gnata Drashta Bhav. He has talked more into theoretical aspect because we need that also to have the right faith. We have to develop the faith. Until we develop the faith, we won't be able to practice it. So we can practice a little bit here and there by observing, all the passions and all that thing. But the root of that is what is in me, what is my right faith. I derive happiness from external things. If my faith is like that, the externally, if I eat gulab jam or if I eat some sweet, that makes me happy. Or if I eat pizza, that pizza makes me happy. So if in our faith, if we are deriving pleasure from the external things, that is not the right thing. So we have to develop the right faith that external thing does not make me happy. I do not derive happiness from the external things. My real happiness comes from within. So that is the faith. Once we have that faith, then everything will be easy. So Hukumchand Ji talks more about developing that faith based on the theory.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, I think time is running out now. So, Sushma ji, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It was a really good application of karma doctrine, how to, address the topic of the seminar. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me opportunity.
Okay. It's always a pleasure, privilege and pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
Okay, now, it is my turn to make some remarks. So overall, I would say that today we had 6 lectures, and fortunately they were equally divided amongst philosophy and the applications. And the applications are very, very like, Professor Dr. Four, she gave examples how actually she is putting Jain doctrine in action to promote social harmony. And then Sulekh talked about emancipation of women because they constitute, half of our, society. And Sushma ji, talks of, karma doctrine and, its application so that we can practice it. Harmony means, love, forgiveness versus anger, arrogance, which cause disharmony, And then Professor Jayden Boss, he was very good. He really put a new picture of Jain doctrine, how we can look at it, in a unique manner to interact with other faiths. So I thank all of you. Now I am told that I have to give some of my views outside this. So friends, I will try to share my views on 5 subtopics. The first is, why did we organize this seminar? What were the triggers? And then when we talk of Jainism, then we have to understand what is the meaning of religion, how religion is defined in Jainism. And the third is, what can Jainism or Jains offer? And the fourth is, what or how to proceed further to implement the Jain views like some of us talked. So these will be broad discussions. So let us start with the triggers. Yesterday I was very pleasantly surprised to read a report of Intergovernment Panel in India on climate change. And they said that there are no maybes. The threat is real. The world might turn 1.5 degrees centigrade warmer by 2040. Floods, glacier melting, hurricanes, changed weather cycles with extreme cold and heat are already here. We are all experiencing this. Now, India has only 3% of carbon footprints compared to China and United States. But that's not an excuse to take any action. Whatever we can do, we have to contribute. And the most important statement was that the trigger is human activity. At all these problems, the center is us, I and you and others. And the worst thing is, efficiency of sinks to absorb emissions is decreasing. That is, earlier, we had almost a finite space. So whatever you throw in the sky, it gets absorbed. But now that absorbing capability is also reducing. So we have to be very careful in whatever we do. So this is one thing which triggered why we should be, talking of peace and harmony. Then the second thing is the definition, the religion. If we look around the world, religion is one of the biggest causes of unrest in this country. In the theocratic states where one religion is a dominant religion, we see intra-religion fights going on. And if it's a secular state, we see argument between one religion and the other religion. So there is religion, instead of becoming a force to promote peace and harmony, it is becoming one of the biggest causes of social disharmony and the problems we have. The third is the economy. The difference in haves and have-nots, this is becoming very wide. And what is the result? We see mass exodus of poor people to rich countries and from villages to urban areas. And this is creating a problem that we have discussed with Anikant as a solution. All these different cultures, different religions, different groups of people, different educational background, they are coming together trying to interact and seize whatever they can from the others. And the last is the personal. Science is making great strides. Lifespan is increasing. That's the good thing. But on the other thing, the lifestyle problems, convenience and fast foods, culture, which results in waste generation and giving new types of diseases like cancer, diabetes, stress, heart attack, etc. So in a way, science is solving the old problem, and we are, and instead of using it properly, we are misusing it and creating more problems ourselves. So with these as the triggers, we felt that let us explore if Jainism has something to offer. Now, I regret that we use the term Jainism because, the term ism itself creates walls between different groups. Because religion, generally we, assign to rituals, to practice of religion, temples, churches, mosques, and how do we pray. It's not what we pray, but how do we pray, how we perform. And this is becoming a major concern. So in that way, we have to go at the philosophical aspect and see if Jainism offers some solution. So I was going through, my memory, bank, and I came across two definitions. One is by Swami Kartikeya, a 3rd century very learned Acharya from the Digambar sect. And he defines religion as Vattu Sahavo Dhammo, Khammadi Dasvyo Dhammo, Ratnatra Cha Dhammo, Jiva Rakha Nam Dhammo. Now you see what is it? How is he defining religion? Nature of an entity is its religion. Now this is a unique definition of a religion. What is my nature? What is your nature? What is everybody's nature? We all want happiness. We all want peace and harmony. So this is what the religion addresses. And that's the religion. Then it says, Kammadi dasvyo dhammo. Forgiveness, humility, simplicity, and cleanliness, etc., are the 10 spiritual values. That is, these are our nature. These are my natures. So if we practice these, then we attain our nature. And our nature, as the first definition says, is to be happy, to have a lasting happiness or peace and harmony. And the next is, of course, Ratnatra, how we achieve this: right belief, right knowledge, and right conduct. And the last in the practice is Jiva Rakhana Dhammo, to protect the living beings is a religion. And that's where practice of ahimsa comes in. So this definition triggered that instead of talking of rituals, which are the main source of problems when we talk of inter-religion or dialogue, we should be looking at spiritual values, all the principles which contribute to individual happiness and to the community and world at large. Now, what is the model of social harmony and peace I had in mind? I have been an international traveler a lot. And whenever I went to any country, visiting an orchestra or the local music show had always been my favorite, outing. Why? Because when you go to an orchestra, you go for enjoying peace and tranquility. And you see how it is generated. There are hundreds of musicians who are, playing different instruments to the best of their capabilities. And yet collectively, they produce an outcome which is pleasant and harmonious and, soothing. So it is this philosophy that we all do what we want to the best of our capabilities, but in tune with the others so that we don't disturb harmony. And I think this is what social harmony we are talking about. Now, what can Jainism offer to achieve this objective? You know, Jains are only 0.4% of the population in India. And I was looking at the statistics, 0.03% in the world religion statistics. So how can a small group like this, you know, offer something for the world peace and, you know, harmony? So we go to the, you know, the main doctrine or the main principles that we have been listening since yesterday, and some have not been talked about. The first one, as Dr. Firozia said yesterday, is to be inquisitive and work culture. You know, Adinath, our first Tirthankar, Jain Tirthankara, the story is that he came from an era of enjoyment to an era of work. Because during the era of enjoyment, the natural boundaries were becoming weak and people were feeling unhappy. So here he comes, a savior, and he says, stand up, you have to work, you have to create surplus, and you have to live in community, in peace and harmony. So he gave the first model of, you know, work and living in harmony, and he also gave us the rules for punishment and other things, so that we can all live happily. And then he saw that the people are happy and he achieved his objective. Then he looked for beyond, for a lasting happiness. And he quit, he renounced, he performed penance and attained the ultimate life. And what are the principles he gave? You know, charity, celebrated as Akshaya Tritiya by Jains. And renunciation, to solve the problem amongst his 100 sons. That 99 sons, they renounced their, you know, this thing in favor of Bharat Chakravarti, and they focus more on their self-improvement and let the worldly, you know, peace and harmony be developed by Bharat Chakravarti. So these are the things that we see coming from Jain philosophy from the beginning. Then later on we see the Jain principles of Shram, as we talked to you, self-restraint, ahimsa, anekant, aparigraha, and institution of law. These have been discussed, you know, in the seminar, and these kept on being discussed again and again. Now I will try to bring a few, you know, views. What is the beauty of ahimsa? Ahimsa promotes equality of all living beings, so that it tries to forbid us from causing pain to others. Because we don't like pain, so we should not give pain to others. So ahimsa talks of equality, and when we come to anekant, it talks of diversity. Because the definition of, you know, reality in Jainism is persistence with change. It is not some stationary or inert thing that is real. The reality itself is manifold and changing continuously. So it's like from becoming to being, or being to becoming. So we have to continually strive, and we have to respect the diversity. And it's a continuous thing, it's not discrete or something, it is changing continuously. So we have to be aware. And I think this point was brought very succinctly yesterday by Chris Chappell when he talked of 7 types of nays. So these are my things. And then second thing, which I like very much and is very important, which Somdev Suri said about Mahavir's doctrine, is that a householder a Shraman householder will do anything but keeping the long-term view in mind, or as long as his belief system is not, affected, adversely affected. This means whatever you do now, you have to keep its long-term impact in mind. Otherwise, if you do something just for now, then it can cause problems a few minutes later. Now, with these things, the question comes, how should Jainism or how should Jains go about, making these things happen so that we become a contributor to the world peace and harmony? So first, I feel as I was talking to you that we talk of spiritual values rather than ism or sectorial considerations. Murti Pujaks, Thanakwasi, Deravasi, Digambars, etc. We talk of the values and try to keep our folks, the Jain people, together, because Jains are reducing at a very fast speed in numbers. We are losing our own community members to others. So we have to start bringing in these, because our community consists of very educated people and who want to test everything that we say on logic and experience. So this is the first thing that we should try to bring our, keep our folks together and avoid presenting Jainism as a philosophy of abstinence. Don't do this, or if you do this, it will cause you sin or you will go to hell. Nobody will accept this because these are just, empirical statements, and we should not talk about these things. We should talk about, like Sushma said in the end of our, presentation, karma doctrine, because that gives, support or substance to the karma doctrine. So this is what we should be doing. And for the others, and I give you the example. We talk of Anuvrats and Mahavrats. And in Anuvrats we say, put a limit or put this limit. Now what is the limit to my possession, a parigrah, let us say. If I am parigrah pariman, what do I do? Do I say that I put a limit of $500,000 and beyond that I will not do it, or $1 million? And that limit is this, then what do I do? Or I don't believe, I am young, I want to keep on earning. So it says you start and keep on increasing. And the principle of all the vows that we practice is non-violence. Like Sushma ji and others said, non-violence, and the four others are its, derivatives. And the principle of Jain ethics is that we try to maximize non-violence. Whatever we do, we try to maximize. I always give the example of Gandhi. When people used to come to him for solutions in large numbers, he would listen to their problems for a minute, ask them 2 solutions to the problem, and then he will ask which involves less violence. And so whatever is the choice, he says, go and practice this, because we cannot be totally non-violent. So we should try to minimize violence as much as possible. Now, the second thing that I would say is to take a role for contributing to the community, own community and others. We have to promote or prepare iconic personalities to become role models who can promote Jain values. Like Mahavir, he had Ganadhars, apostles, 4 heads of different folds, iconic rulers like Shrenik and others. So we must produce some iconic figures who practice and who can present these to others and become a role model. If we don't do it, then people will say that there's a difference between saying and doing. And then it does not take us too far. So we should have, like, for yoga or for vegetarian or yoga, we had Beatles and others coming in. So we have to, do something about this. And second thing is that we have to promote educationists and scholars, but with a little, condition, who practice the values they preach and teach. And they teach amongst inquisitives. And for this, we have to introduce these into universities, and some of them going to the schools to test them young and show them how these values to the youngsters. Non-violence, to see how it can improve learning and discipline in the schools. And when they start enjoying it, then they start talking of practicing it and move. And the next is, we must maximize the use of internet and social media technology. We say Mahavir delivered his lectures in the common man's language. Similarly, the social engineering today is required that we preach Jainism using the language which the common people, men or women, understands, and that is through internet and social media. So we should use these technologies as much as possible. And the last is, which is very important, we should establish and support research institutions on Jain principles and their relevance to modern day issues based on scientific revolutions and logical analysis. I think this is very, very important. Unless we do it, we will keep on saying, and we may not achieve the mileage that we are expecting after spending so much money to promote our Jain values. University of Wisconsin has an Institute of Forgiveness. We have a specialist person and organization on nonviolent communication. Who is talking of vegetarianism? The owner of Baskin and Robbins ice cream, Jack Robbins. So we have to have such laboratories or research institutions which can put forward the principles on a logical and scientific basis. And I think Professor Jajenbos, he did, I feel, a massive effort in promoting these. When he says Jainism, oldest religion, but it is in tune with scientific and logical realism of today. So with these things, I feel we can achieve something, and whom to address. I was looking at an analysis of religions in the world. Naturally, Christianity accounts for 31%. Islam is for 25%. And I was surprised that there is a very large group of 15.5% who call themselves mostly non-religious. They are not attached to any religion. And most of them are in North America and Western Europe. And then, of course, we have Hindus, Buddhists, and Jains are very small. So we have to find the gaps, who are the most likely candidates to interact with. So with these things, friends, I conclude my, ideas to the seminar. Thank you all very much. If somebody would like to comment or give suggestions to improve, or if I made something wrong, I will be very happy to include that. Okay,
Yes.
then I hand over.
Okay. just to reflect on what Mr. Shugan Jain has said, that we are only 0.3%. So if there is a village of 1,000 people, not even one will be Jain. Now, how do we bring our message? And one of the things he spoke about was using social media. There was one Dr. N.P. Jain from Madhya Pradesh who was ambassador to European Union, and he passed away a few years. And I had started working with him to have some kind of syndicated view, Jain view on contemporary issues. So if we can have like this gathering, if you can make a consortium of 5-6 of you experts, and then put Jain views on contemporary issues and publicize them through social media, probably that could help, probably. But I was working on it, unfortunately he passed away. Thank you.
You know, some things are easily said than done.
Yes.
When we talk of using social media or the internet, you know, it's not just I stand up and I start saying this on the social media and things are done. No, you need experts. Suppose I have good ideas, then we need somebody who can put these ideas in a manner that is, you know, acceptable or, you know, liked or at least heard by people. And then we need technologists, educationists and technologists who can put
you
this
are right.
together.
I'm going to give you an
make it media
example.
So,
you know, there was there was interfaith climate change statement which was produced in the Paris summit. I was a member of the first draft of that summit, of that change statement. So we made a first draft. Then it went through several drafts. Then public relation experts did wordsmithy on it. And ultimately, Al Gore's daughter, Karina Gore, she presented. So your point is very valid. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I
Thank
think
you very much.
you know, I come from a systems background. I have been a systems consultant. So for these things, we should take a systems approach.
Yeah.
Use
I think Professor
multidisciplinary
Ford
trainers to give
thanks.
what we have want to tell you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So I posted an
Okay.
article.
Thank you all. And
I posted an article in the chat about using social media, just to give you an example if you want to look at it. But what's happened in the Indigenous American community is the elders have sort of ended up supporting the younger generation because they know technology, right? So they've kind of given their support to the younger generation in how they use social media. And so I know when I need to use some technology, I sometimes, you know, ask somebody younger than me. And it's been very successful. Indigenous American communities doing that. So that's an option. That's an option for you.
Thank you. Thank you,
That's true.
Siri.
But you know, to be effective, we must first define who our target audience is, and we should understand their characteristics so that we can address ourselves to those. Are we talking to youngsters? Is that their target? Are we talking to young ones, professionals, or you know? And then we present these things, because you know, giving one dose for all will not be that effective. Okay, we are trying in a small way, you know, support some efforts by a number of groups which are now emerging, like the mathematics and the, you know, Jain academic of scholars and others, you know, who are coming up and coming with some research type of thing. So we will, I personally will be very happy to support them, you know, through academic, and whenever required, mobilize some funds also to start this. If there are some institutions who are actually doing, not for Jainism, but for other religions, we may tap them also. Okay, sir. Thank you very much. So Pandeyji, it's for you now for the report and the vote of thanks.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your remarks as chairperson of the session. Actually, yesterday there were 2 sessions, and today all the 6 papers were presented in one session. So, sir, thank you so much for your patience and to manage the session well. So, now I would like to request our research associate, Ms. Pragya Jain, to present a brief report. Pragya ji, over to you.
Jai Jinendra. Om Namah Siddhebhya. Let us have a quick review of our webinar. The title was Role and Importance of Jainism to Establish Social Harmony and Peace. The convener was Dr. Srinetra Pandey, who is the Joint Director of ISJS. He started with the welcome speech, introduction to ISJS, and the concept note. Dr. Abhay Firodia gave the inaugural speech, and he talked about Jainism as a tradition that leads to urbanization and modern civilization. He said that the first Tirthankara, Rishabdev, and his teachings of Asimasi Rishi enlightened society and brought prosperity, open-mindedness, and inward-looking. The relevance of Rishabdeva in today's time as his teachings were passed on to last Tirthankara Mahavira was his key point. Professor Jeffrey D. Long, who was the first speaker of the session yesterday, he talked about the 3 popular A's, which are universal and important for everyone. He said that Anekantavada means there is some truth in every view. Ahimsa means well-beings, and Aparigraha means not taking away from others. And all 3 are related with the other beings on the planet. He addressed interreligious conflict, religion and science, and secular worldviews. He also talked about mundane and transcendental viewpoints of Acharya Kundakunda. The second speaker was Dr. George Alfred James. He said he approached the topic with Mahatma Gandhi's plurality and idea of unity. He said that Mahatma Gandhi practically applied Jain principles of non-violence and pluralism in nation building. And he also insisted upon how 2 people can be right at the same time and how I see others, others see me too. The first session was chaired by Professor Jayantilal Jain, and he asserted that Aneka means many, Anda means attributes, and Vad means views. And reality is the basis of Anekantvad. He said that all Tirthankaras conveyed the same principles and not built up upon their previous teachings. He also said that 4 passions are one of the root causes of the conflict. In the second session, we had the first speaker as Dr. Praveen Jain. He said that Jain principles with focus on Anekantvada. He talked about Jain principles with focus on Anekantvada. He discussed the meaning of Anekantvada taken as diversity, tolerance, and pluralism. He also said that the Jain principles to be incorporated here are soul-body relationship, Gyan, Ahimsa, Anekantvada, Karma theory, etc. Next speaker, Dr. Gunjan Jain. She talked about animal compassion, vegetarianism, meditation, yoga, equality. And then she focused on the quote, "I am the soul, not the body," which should lead to right belief, right knowledge, and right conduct. She also said that abstinence from 5 sins can help leading a better life. The next speaker, Dr. Christopher Keith Chappell, he approached the topic with the 4 aspects of being human from the Upanishads. He incorporated 7 viewpoints, Saptanaya, and 7-fold analysis, Syadvada. He also led to attitude change, preferably to begin with one's own attitude change. The chairperson was Professor S.R. Bhatt. He said that Syadvada brings open-mindedness and discards dogmatism. Harmony and peaceful coexistence are derived from Anekantavada, and logical examination before acceptance is important. In today's session, Dr. Nitin Shah said that we should not harm any living being by mind, body, or speech. He said that conflict resolution, food habits of others, expansion of a Jain center, all these can be accommodated through Anekantwada. He also said that one should become Anekanti in place of Ekanti. Dr. Robert Zadenbos, he said that Jainism is rational and not sentimental or folkloristic. He also said that prominence of Jain ethics, the prominence of Jain ethics can be understood as fundamentally atheistic, individual responsibility, and highly philosophical character. He said that soul's source of happiness does not lie outside its consciousness. Dr. Sherifor, she said she introduced and discussed comments of the participants of her research. Dr. Sulek Jain, his comment was, interfaith is not about tolerating, but about how we alleviate others' pain and suffering. She advocated interfaith discourse and asserted on justice. Dr. Sulek Jain talked about discrimination with women is also himsa. He said that mistreatment with women continues till date, and Jains should also talk about ahimsa more and make it instrumental in the betterment of the world. Dr. Andrew Bridges talked about Anekantwada, and it can be considered as a guide for secularism and democracy. Anekantwada is a larger encompassing worldview for universal relevance. And he said that ontological idea of pluralism should be reflected in a secular society. Our last speaker was Ms. Sushma Parekh. She talked about 8 types of material karma and their role while interacting with the soul. She also asserted that making a choice is an option to avert karma and have glad acceptance, which will be derived from awareness of the self. And she said that in order to experience absolute peace, indulgence of activities of mind, body, and speech should be reduced. The chairperson, Dr. Shugan Jain, he commented on and appreciated all the speakers of the day. He threw light upon the triggers of the relevance of the webinar's topic and on the relevance of social harmony and peace. And he defined religion as the nature of reality and asserted on individual and worldly happiness. Now, yesterday also, Dr. Malay Patel, Joint Director of ISJS, he offered vote of thanks. And today again, he is going to do that. I invite Dr. Malay Patel to say the words of thanks.
Thank you, Pragya.
Malayji, just a minute. I would like to announce a few things. Friends, we are getting some messages in chat box, and some of them have sent personally to me. We have received some messages regarding this certificate of participation. So friends, within few days, I think within 2 or 3 days, we will send a feedback form to our attendees. So after getting the response by our attendees on that feedback sheet, we will send a digital certificate to all of them. And one more thing, we have received some messages regarding the availability of the lectures after this webinar. So I would like to ensure you all that the lectures will be available at our YouTube channel. And as I told yesterday in the inaugural session, that we are also going to organize a seminar on the same theme on October 23rd and 24th at Naval Viratan, Pune. So after that seminar, we will publish a joint proceeding. So after seminar, the proceeding of this seminar and webinar will also be available. And one most important thing that I would like to announce that we are going to organize a monthly lecture series. So I think from the next month it is going to happening. So you all are invited to please send your suggestions regarding the topics for the monthly lecture series. So thank you so much. And now I would request Dr. Malay Patel for casting the vote of thanks. Over to you, Dr. Malay.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pandey. Jai Jinendra, on this concluding day of international webinar on role and importance of Jainism to establish social harmony and peace by International School for Jain Studies. First of all, I would like to pay my deepest gratitude to all our speakers today, namely Dr. Nitin Shah, Professor Robert Zeidenbos, Professor Sherry Faur, Professor Andrew Bridges, Dr. Sulekh Jain, Professor Shushma Parekhji. I would place on record my heartfelt thanks to today's session chair, Dr. Shugan Jain, for his words of wisdom. My thanks giving extend to all my ISJS colleagues and above all to ISJS Chairman Dr. Abhay Firodia for his guidance and support. Finally, this seminar wouldn't be successful with you all participants. So my concluding thanks goes to each and every one of you. Thank you one and all. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Malaji. Sugan sir.
Unmute,
Sir,
please
unmute.
On behalf of ISJS, I thank all of you, particularly the participants and the speakers who could, find time to be with us and share the discussions and contribute to them. It was really a very good learning experience even for me. And I hope that we'll have more such opportunities in the near future. And lastly, I would say, like Mr. Anup Vora said, if some of you would like to propose some topics on which to hold seminars or the monthly lectures, you are most welcome. Because that's how we try to address or select a topic for the seminar or the monthly lectures. And if some of you want to be a candidate to deliver monthly lectures, please do let us know with a short note on what you would like to talk about. So thank you all very much and see you soon on some other occasion. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Jinendra.
Jai Jinendra.